Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing today? We're back to the land of Nim, mixed with SurrealDB. All right, so we'll see how that goes. Alrighty. So I haven't done pretty much anything with it since the last live stream, so I need to figure out where we ended up. If I'll share my live screen, I can see that, yes, we implemented the listen loop and the send kind of system with where we await all those query futures. So let's look at the code. What did we do? So we have the SurrealNim, right? That's our central package. We import a bunch of stuff, WebSockets, and this. And what we can do here, we'll basically create a WebSocket connection. We actually don't need this here anymore, right? It was all moved. We implemented the use to switch to specific namespace and database. Alrighty. And then we got to, let me just make sure that I have all this sound. Okay, sound looks good. Looks like you can see me and everything should be in place, right? I hope. Alrighty. So, okay, so good to use. We are able to actually await the thing until it finishes. We can also sign in to the database, and here we're able to send basically 500 queries and get responses, right? And at the end, we disconnect. Great. So let me just make sure it still all works, okay? Run task, run it, and let's see what happens. Sign in, and we're getting all the responses. Okay. Wait, what was the response? For query 502, wow. One of them got instant response, interesting. And instead of response, I have rec bones. Go figure. Oh, it takes time for it to respond to all of them, right? Oof. I wonder if it's because we're using the Surreal KV instead of something like RocksDB. I am not sure. But it takes a long time. Well, this is just returning 1,000 items and that's it. Because it's... What query do we send? Select item, so it's basically select everything. Okay, we received 500 responses and we're good. All right. That sounds right. So that's good. Okay. So let's continue. So basically the goal now would be to start basically implementing all the little bits and pieces of what is left to implement for the library to work. And there are two parts to it. First part is to basically handle all the possible connections. Well, the other part would be where instead of us feeding, just strings or just some kind of, JSON to the library, we would be actually feeding it nim objects. So that the second part is to actually make it work with the language itself. And something tells me that will be the more difficult part. So maybe what we could do to start off with is simply to look at the documentation for SurrealDB and just start making like a list. What actually needs to be implemented and roughly how it should work so that we can start checking things off. We don't care about that right now. Then by example, JSON, we'll get there. Okay. System and whatnot. We don't care. We need to go to SurrealDB.com. We need to go to resources, SurrealDB documentation, and here we can find integrations, RPC protocol. And here we have everything. So this is basically our list of all the ways of things that we should initially support from just the connection point. We're not focusing on the CBOR yet. CBOR is, from what I hear, is more like JSON but binary. So that's pretty much it. Alrighty. So I'm thinking how to note it. So we could probably just put this and editor side by side. I'm gonna make it on the left a little bit smaller so that we can get through it. And you know, our README is empty. It's a public repository. So let's just do to do. Okay, we're just gonna make a gigantic to do, and the first one will be support for RPC methods. Okay, and the other will be support like NIM specific integration. So let's just do support for RPC methods. We're just gonna start with the use. I mean, we're already supporting use, right? There's just nothing really there, both required. So we've got that part. And what is the response? The response, we're just getting string response form now, right? And is it possible? Oh, so we can basically specify, this shows that even though these are specified as required, that they need to be, you know, provided those values, but here it shows that those values can be simply empty. They can be nonce. So if we're gonna set none and none, it just won't change the namespace or database. It kind of doesn't make any sense, but it's possible. I mean, we could probably just prevent that from happening, and what we care about is those three combinations. Oh no, one is none and they're nulls. What? So how on earth are we doing that? Because it shows that if we're setting something to none, it won't modify whatever setting there was. So whatever. But if you're gonna set null, it will unset the setting. So here we'll unset the database, right? Because the first one is namespace, second one is database. So this will unset the database. This will throw an error. You cannot unset only the database, okay? And then we've got both of them, which will basically unset both of them. And this will change the namespace to test and unset DB. Huh. But how do we send those different values? Because here it just shows that we're just giving strings. Accept the values for either the namespace or database. A string will change the value. Null will unset the value, and none will cause the value to not be affected. Doesn't mean that we literally put a value none. Okay, that's interesting. We're gonna delve deeper into that. Let me just add it to the list. Use method. Okay. What else do we have? Let's just do info method, and I'm just gonna make it into a list. Okay, info. We've got sign up. We've got, we can just go over those, right? Sign up, sign in. Authenticate, that will be probably, yeah, sign up will be complicated. Sign in, I'm not sure. We'll see. Invalidate, let, unset, live, kill, query, select, create, insert, update, upsert, relate, merge, hatch. Wow, there's a lot of those. And delete. And let me just make sure that we don't have anything that's different, okay? Sign in, authenticate, and validate. And do we have scroll somewhere here? Yeah. Let unset live. Kill query. Select create. Insert. Update. Wait, update. Where's upsert? Okay, upsert. Relate. Okay, merge. Hatch. Delete and nothing else. Okay, so these seem to be somewhat exhaustive lists, at least to some extent. So now we can simply just add those everywhere. Wait, this would be Alt Shift, right? There we go. Okay. So we have something written down. So now the thing is that each one of those will actually have a bunch of stuff to do with it. But this gives us some kind of overall idea. And then the thing is that we also need to do some kind of NIM specific interactions. So basically, implement generic, utilize generics, ergonomic instead of passing JSON node around. JSON node objects. Okay. So that will be the first thing. Support for future T objects. We already have that. So what else? It'll be utilize generics. Let's just utilize generics for basically parameters of RPC methods, because when we're sending requests, we are putting in parameters, right? And those parameters, we should be able to just give integer, maybe some kind of NIM object or whatnot. That's one thing. And then we should also have utilize generics for return types of RPC methods, and then maybe helpers for extracting data, return data, because that will be another thing. And we'll probably figure out what else we need to do, because each one here will be a unique challenge. So for the support of RPC methods, I would like to basically specify, like, this is a list of methods to create that take JSON node as inputs or strings as inputs and return JSON node as output. Okay. No smart, no smart deserialization, etc. Just to get the idea of what we're dealing with and have it working, okay? And then once we have those things done, we'll be able to figure out, you know what, now let's make it generic. Let's make it deserialize stuff automatically. Maybe decide that we need 2 variants or something. And this should get us somewhere. So we can think of, okay, we have those bare bones direct connections that will send the RPC whatever requests. And then separately we'll have wrappers for those that will make sure to, you know, properly interpret results or properly pass data to the function if we'll just hand in the object. And that's that. So yeah, should be relatively simple. No big deal. All right, let me just make sure everything's streaming today. If everything's okay. Yep, looks like we're all set. Good. So what's next? Yeah, maybe we'll just focus on that use, because that seems to be interesting with those null values. And I guess we will need to figure it out. As a result, we're getting absolutely nothing. We're just getting the ID of the message, and that shouldn't, I think that shouldn't be even exposed to the, as a result of those. I don't know, or maybe it should. I don't know. And then, yeah, I'll check something in a second. And then basically, how the hell do we do those? Because as a response, we don't get any info if we switched or not, like what the hell's going on. So I am not sure. We'll need to tinker with that. But now the thing is that, okay, when we're getting a response, we are already matching that. Okay, the ID of the response is basically the ID of the query that we match to figure out what feature this belongs to and to complete the feature and basically be able to await it. And the result is basically actual results. So we have just ID and results. The question is, do we have any other combination of results? Because if it's always the same, we might just make some kind of object for that, always extract that, and just move on. So ID and method is a response. We have ID and result. Okay. Sign up. We have responses, ID and result. ID and result. Okay. All right. For authenticate, the same thing. Looks like this will be always that, ID and result. ID and result. Yep. ID and result. Alrighty. I like that. Yeah, nothing else. I'm gonna scroll through the rest of this thing just to be 100% sure. But that's what it seems like. It's always same thing. ID and result. ID result. Okay. So that's literally it. We always have the ID and result. So we have core, which is, you know, query all this and that, disconnect. So that's kind of the thing, right? So the thing is that we could probably have a common type that just wraps this kind of response, that we just need to extract those values to do something with the response in the first place. So this shouldn't really need to be exposed anywhere. Like, you know, the ID outside of the library, this is purely internal. And additionally, the same thing would happen for when we're sending, because we always have just ID, what method, parameters, and maybe a few other things, right? Because ID and method, ID method params, same thing. What about some more interesting things? This is the same thing here, Validate has nothing here. Let has nothing here. Unset. Live. Again, ID, method, and params. What about something like query? ID, methods, and params. Oh, okay. Exactly the same thing. It's just params doesn't have to be an object. It could be a list. Oh, it's always a list, right? Here, the first thing is the query, and second is the list of parameters. So it's always a list. Huh. Sure. I like that. Okay. So I would hook onto that. And what's going on here? Why so many things need a restart? Python Markdown preview. We don't need any of that right now. So we have this thing called core, right? So that's one thing. And then we have private utils, because none of those return types we would have as actual things exposed to the user of the request of the library. So maybe we could just create a private new file. We'll call it something like common. Let's just start with common, or more like common structs. Oh, let's just call it common for now. I'm not sure how to organize it, and that's the thing. I am never sure what is the proper way to structure a name project. I guess I would need to spend probably a few days just researching how other projects are structured and finding pros and cons or whatever. But we'll see where we end up. So in common, I would like to basically specify types, few types. So the first thing would be basically RPC response. Okay. There'll be an object where we have basically ID, which is an integer. And we would have result, which would be some kind of JSON node. Or is it always an array? Result is an array. But it could be null too, right? Result, it's an array. And here result is an object. So it could be anything. It could be null, it could be an object. What about something like info? We're gonna go to info. The result will be result property. Response is like a different. Wait, info. This method returns the record of an authenticated record user. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. So it could be basically either an array or an object or null, or possibly other things in the future. So it will be safe to consider it to be just a JSON node that then we can further the structure into something else. Okay, and that's gonna be it. Well, then we have also RPC request, which should be where was something more interesting? Yeah, where we have the ID again, which is always integer. Method. For now, let's have it a string. We're gonna switch it into an actual enum. Okay. And we have params, which is a JSON node. Again, we just give it some JSON. And that's it. So let me actually put request above the response. And these are our two main types. Okay. We can document them. This will be basically RPC request the common RPC request shape, and it will be the cone RPC response shape, and that's it. Yeah. Is params a JSON node? Actually, params should be an array of possible values. JSON node array? I guess. Because we'll be always just giving it values. Could be a string, could be something else. I don't know if we will stick to JSON node, but possibly. We'll probably need to run some extra tests on top, and first challenge will be already like, what about none and null? Is that really in JSON? Let's ask AI. How about that? Does JSON support separate null and non values? Only supports null value. Huh. So we'll need to have some kind of special formatting suddenly? We can't send just JSON? That might be the case, huh? So we might not even worry about specifying this per se. We make it as a string and we just... I am not liking this so far. Let's get rid of this conversation and... yeah. We'll revisit in a second, I guess. I would like to just focus on the method itself here, because we can just specify that's an enum, right? So let's do something like request method, or like RPC method. Wait, that's enum? How on earth do you make enums in nim? I forgot. I guess we'll resort to AI for quick reviews. How do I specify an enum in nim that will also, that has string values assigned to each enum entry? And let's actually use a project. Projects. I should have... where's nim expert? There we go. Ah, nobody's watching today. Nobody's interested in nim language. Or everyone's partying on Friday. Okay, so enum, and we can just assign values, right? It would just make it so that we can't iterate over it. So yeah, let's actually start specifying. First one will be use, which will be use. Okay. And as we go, we'll add more, or we just add them all initially. Because these are the actual values, right? Yeah. Let's just specify them. Then we have info, sign up, sign in, authenticate, and validate. Yep. Let's unset live kill query, select create, insert, update, upsert, relate. There we go. Merge, patch, and delete. There we go. Okay. That was fast. Just press tab multiple times and you're a programmer. Okay, so this is basically names of supported RPC methods supported by SurrealDB. Okay, and instead of specifying this to be a string, this would be just RPC method. Okay, just like that. Okay, so we have our integer, this, and list of parameters, which could be JSON node or string. Yeah, let's make it possible that we either give it a string or we give it a JSON node. But the question is, because this will be fun if we just want to do things manually. Okay, this is the contents, and we could do it for this, where we just straight up just encode this and call it a day, right? Because that sounds like the simplest solution. Well, the question is, can database names contain emojis or interesting letters in SurrealDB? That's a good question. How do we escape it? Gosh, this is confusing. All right, so let me think. If we're using those, how could we rewrite our existing use? So if Surreal, we have queries, and we have all those here. So instead of just doing Surreal queries, let's just create a new file, use query, or use underscore query. Don't know what's a good choice here. Okay, use query, and bam. And we can just get everything related to that out of here and into here. The question is, what extra do we need? We need probably async dispatch and other stuff. Yeah, I can just make it full size now. So we'll need the SurrealDB, we need the async dispatch, and JSON. Yeah, because we're just specifying it this way right now, at least right now. So I don't know if we'll be using JSON here. Very curious. So let's do it this way. We need some of those. Okay. So core will give us the SurrealDB. What is private utils? That gives us get next ID. We need that. Okay. Where'd it go? Here. WebSockets. I don't think we need to worry about any of that here. We don't use tables here. No string utils. We use JSON, async features and dispatch. We just use async dispatch because we're not dealing with directly with features here. And that's it. Therefore, in our Surreal, we'll need to just import the use query. Don't like that. Use query. There we go. Let's rename this thing. Okay, that looks just a little bit better. Alrighty. Um, so what's the problem now? Send query and this. And that's all because, I mean, in my opinion, it should work. Let's just make it not send 500. Let's just send 20 queries and that should be still okay. Attempt to call undeclared routine send query. And send query should, oh, because I need to import queries themselves as well. Ah. Queries. Really? Use query. Uses send query. Hmm. And query accepts just a JSON node that we're sending. Oh no. And how are we sending that? To WebSocket send query. We're just serializing the query itself. Okay, so we're just doing to strings. So this could have a variant where it just sends, receives a string that we're actually gonna send. Shouldn't that be in core or something? Or probably in private instead? Yeah, let's move it to private to common. Um, yeah, let's keep it in common because all of those will use it basically. So much will use it. So let's grab this send query. I'm gonna straight up cut it out of here. And I'm gonna import private common. Okay. And inside the private common, we're gonna implement this part. Send query. But before we have this one, we will also create a simpler one, which is one that query takes as a string and returns future as a string. Let's just call it JSON node for now because it's supposed to return JSON, right? So query ID is get int and whatnot. Method, and then it extracts stuff from there. Huh. So we would need to provide the query ID to be integer and query method to be RPC method. How about that? There we go. So we don't need those because they're already set for us. Okay, and we can put that as a string. Query methods, so we get actual string and query ID, all that is the same. And then we try to send it, and query is already a string, so we don't worry about that either. I wonder if this should be utilized instead of just this whole JSON stuff. We should just pass it, have two variants that we just need to make sure we pass either the query ID method and the query as string or JSON node. Or instead, we should just pass it the RPC request object. But I think it would be more fun if we had something like this, string or JSON node, okay? And what we would do here is that we gather the query ID, query method, and depending on which type this is, we could figure out if we need to serialize query or something. So let's do that string query is query.kind. Let's use AI again. I'm just gonna use it heavily today. I don't want to do too much searching. I just want to get things done. I have a proc defined like this. Just give it this. All right. How can I check during runtime? Or how can I check if query is a string or if it's a JSON node? Okay. I need to have branching logic that depends on it. In theory, I could have two separate procs, but that's kind of overkill. Case query of string of JSON node. Oh, okay, that's just like that. And now the question is, can case statement be used as an expression just to assign a value to a variable? Let value equal case something something something. Can it be or can it not? Because that would mean that it will be really simple. Apparently, yes. So let's try that. Let's try that and see what happens. So basically, string query is, if it's string, it'll be just query. If it's not, we just serialize the query. Well, that is a lot to do just to do that, but oh well. I mean, in theory, I could just do query, right? Because if it's a string, it's a no-op. It doesn't do anything. But if it's not a string, it's just gonna do it. Okay. Never mind. One line after all. Okay. So if that's the case, we already have the ID, the method, and query as a string. That means we could kind of construct our JSON thing, I think. Yeah, because the query itself, we will need to make sure that whatever our query is, it either looks like this, which was JSON, or, you know, our string would contain this, or it could be something more complex, like this will be the content, but it will be already encoded as a proper string, so we would need to trust it that it's properly formatted. So we can just generate a bunch of code that looks like this. It pretends to be a JSON without even reaching out to the JSON library. And this way we can, I don't know, make it a tiny bit more performant, I hope. I don't know. I have no clue. So if that's the case, if we have all that done, we could just send a query, right? But the thing is that this query here isn't supposed to be this whole thing. So I should probably have params instead. String params. And this way I'm gonna rename it so that it kind of resembles this a little bit more, because it's gonna be used internally anyway. Okay, and therefore we need to get the actual query. So let query string, is gonna be, and yeah, let's just do it. So 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 let's Yeah, we're gonna do ID is this, method is, wait, what? Query ID. 1. What? What is that supposed to mean? Oh, because we're... Okay, let's get into how to how to do string formatting. All right. And how do I do string formatting? I need to replace 3 values in a string with provided strings. Let's see what happens. So here ampersand operator, just, add them, right? Then we have macro and this operator. Okay, so what do we have? The normal interpolation of the ampersand. Oh. Oh, this is straight up interpolation. Ah, I kind of like that. Most straightforward. Okay. And then FMT offers more formatting options. I totally don't care because we're not doing any formatting, so this is just wasted effort. This method is more traditional and similar to Python's formatting, like this. Okay. Which option would be the most performant for somewhat large strings? Because the thing is that it might be actually a few kilobytes or something. Among options presented, the most preferred would be typically using the OK operator. The form of generally the fastest. Overhead macro expansion. Yep. I'm sure there are way more efficient ways, but let's just stick to that. Okay, this is from string utils or from string format. No, string utils. There we go. Just with those. All right. So let's do 1, 2, and 3. And this will be basically query ID, query method, and string params, which I could just do straight up this. Okay. We don't need yet another line. There we go. And template, $sign, and just give those. And that is it. All right. I like that. Simple. We have we don't have import standard. Well, we need async dispatch, futures, possibly JSON, string utils, and I don't know if we need tables at this moment. So let's see. All those errors. What the heck? Okay. It looks like we might not even need this object at all, because if we're just giving this and we're building it in this crude way, it might be not even needed. Huh. We'll see how that goes. Okay, send query string. Query string. There's no such thing as query anymore. Okay. Yeah, because we got the query string, we just send it and await the feature that matches the thingy. And the catchable error. And that's it. Okay, so suddenly we don't need to have this thing where we're sending the whole JSON node. Okay, this might be a little bit nicer. And that's it. Okay. I kind of like that. So that means that, hey, our use query won't be sending like this anymore. We won't be building it here anymore. What we will be doing is the send query will have query ID, query method, and params. Query ID will be the query ID, right? Method will be the use, and query JSON will be the actual thing that we're gonna be sending, but not really, because we will do the more fun part. If we provided both strings, okay, we'll just return 1, 2, and let's actually make it in single quotes. Can we do that, or will it think? Oh no, single quotes will think that it's a, what do you call them? That it's a character. So we actually need to wrap those in quotes here. And for now, let's just say that we're not worrying about escaping. I just want to do make sure to properly escape the namespace and database names, possibly using JSON formatter. Serialization, okay? Because this will be for the variant of the function that uses those two. Okay, so this should be formatted. We send it, we get a response. We just need to make sure that we're getting private common. Okay, and now this is defined. And we're not using this anymore. There we go. And we need string utils. Cool. Okay, so the thing is that all our other queries now aren't happy. So we'll need to take care of that quickly as well. But it should go fast because it's gonna be pretty much the same thing. So it will be query ID, the sign-in, and not really the query JSON. What we want to do is we want to format it in this way. This is the JSON that we need to actually pass it. Hopefully that's gonna be fine. I don't know how touchy this thing is. I hope it's gonna just figure out whatever JSON we're gonna put in there. We'll see. Instead of JSON, let's call it params. Okay. You just have a list of params and it's just one that provides those two values. Okay. So that should be fine. And then additionally, of course, we have private common. So this should be fine. Okay. So now we just do something similar here. Query ID. This instead of query JSON, it will be params. And select. We don't have those. Params will be just a thing. Just a list. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. And why are we trying to import itself here? What the heck? Slightly confusing. All right. So if that's the case, Gosh, what the heck's going on here? I guess it really doesn't like that method is used like this. I will need to use it like this. But at the same time, I'm just gonna straight up comment it out because we are not using it at the moment. Okay? We're just like, hey, um, that's it. So if that's the case, yeah, we don't use the method name here. We just use query methods, all that stuff. What's the problem now? Undeclared identifier, SurrealDB, because we need the core as well, right? Import. Uh, hmm. And doesn't core use some of those on its own? No, it doesn't. Okay. Um, don't like the name core here, but we're gonna figure it out over time. Sure. And this needs WebSockets too. Really? Await DB WS for WebSocket. I mean, it has that here, so I guess we're using it, so we need to get this. And now it's complaining less. DB query futures. And query futures was tables, of course. I think we might be good. Let's try to compile it and see what happens. It's still thinking, that's strange. Still thinking. Oh. Oh, it just worked. Why? How? It actually worked. Huh. And properly return the values. Okay, I did not expect that. Well, that's some good news. Yeah. So that means that our send query kind of works. We just have this problem here: unreachable code after return statement. Wait, send query. Do we await anything here? Because await future. I mean, we're supposed to return future, right? So I shouldn't need to await it here. Control S. Oh, because if we have return future and it's an async, it really isn't a. I need to await the value and then actually return it. But this future here is what? Future of JSON node. Let whatever results. No, what the hell would I call it? Is this and then just return like that? What the heck? What's up with this return not returning? I don't know. It's weird that I'm getting this because it works fine without it. And whenever we call send query, do we actually, well, we discard a value. Do we have anything else that doesn't discard a value? This doesn't. This doesn't either. And from select. So let's see. if we can actually get the value from select, because it returns a JSON node, and that should be the whole thingy. So in Surreal, we are doing 20 times select the item, right? That's the future. Then we have wait for all the futures. It's gonna be responses. That's gonna be probably a list of everything. All the values. So receive that many responses. And let's just do for response and responses, that should be the JSON objects. And as whatever we're getting in return, there's a result. So I could get result, and inside that result, let's just print one, one result. Echo, first result, okay. Response is 0, and then we're getting the result, okay. How were we extracting that? Without the dot, right? I removed that code already. So let's just see what it looked like before. Okay. In queries, we got rid of this. So we'll query and just that without any dots. So we're just gonna do this result, and that should just get stringified. It's just really complaining about it here. Error for type JSON node. What? Okay, now it's good. So this should stringify the whole result. Hopefully. Yeah, sure. Let's see what happens. Okay. That worked. So first result, and we get a list of items. Item number 1, item number 2. So it's straight up a list. Okay. Can we kind of count how many elements are in there? How could I deserialize it into a list of nodes, I wonder? Let first response is first result. Okay. Got this. And now it will be basically so this is get the first result as JSON node, convert it to JSON node array, get elements just like that, print the number of items and the first result. Let's see if that's actually gonna work. Because if that's the case, it should be 1,000. Yes, received 1,000 items and the first result. So if that works, that means we can straight up verify that each item is, so basically for responsive responses, okay? We iterate over each response. Result is just that. And let items count. Bam. If items count is different at 1,000. echo didn't receive 1,000 items in response. And a response. And one of the responses. There we go. We'll just print that out. If we have some kind of oopsie, that means that we can just straight up, we know how to actually get stuff out of it. So let me just make sure, because we run it, right? Just get all that and come on, you can start. What the heck? Maybe it's connecting that long? It's weird. What's going on? Oh, connected. I guess it was connected along. I need to add this little note before it. Okay, received 20 responses, and there were no errors. So looks like we're properly getting stuff. So even though here we're getting highlighted that, oh, this future, like it's after return statement or whatever, it fails or something, it actually returns the future properly, and we can properly await it and everything. So yeah, not sure what's up with that. Okay, good. So if that's the whole working situation, I'm gonna comment it now. Okay. So first of all, will be, uh, make a to do to track, as whatever drivers, completeness, and then we're going basically serial.name command that we basically did all that stuff, queries and use query. So this will be basically send query refactor. Okay. Push. So if that's the case, we should have some kind of variation available here. And how could we define it in nim, I wonder? So when we get back to use, okay, we need to provide namespace and database. There always need to be two values. The only thing is that besides the string value of the namespace or the database, we can supply either none to not modify the value or null to actually unset the value. So if we would send two nulls, it will unset both namespace and database. While some situations might throw an error where we try to, clear the namespace but not clear the database. So I'm just gonna copy it for now so that we can just work in here. All right, and we'll just move it to here. I'm just gonna add it as a separate little comment so I have a chance to just paste it in. So the idea would be that maybe we can just do something like this. Instead of just namespace string, database string, we would have variants of this use proc, because we can just override them easily, where we can set different values. Maybe. But now how on earth do we define something like none? I mean, in nim, we have a concept of a distinct value, right? So we could, in theory, create a distinct none. How would that work though? Um, haha. That is so strange. So we're gonna just do type and common. We're gonna make type. Uh, none is distinct. No. Is it possible to define distinct null or nil? Expected type but got nil. Yeah, that's the problem. Because this needs to be a type that doesn't hold any value. It's just like nil. It's just a distinct piece of name that we can then check if it is it or it's not or whatnot. Because that none could be passed in various other spots. And we would need to be able to define how it's serialized into JSON, which would be another weird thing. Yeah, I'm not even sure how that would work. Because everywhere else, the non value will be just placed somewhere. Hmm. This is curious. Oops. Before we do that, let's actually check if this works that way. Or maybe we could actually check how this works in a JavaScript library. How about that? Because, I mean, JavaScript has the thing that they have undefined. But the thing is that this needs to be a list, okay? And if you will try to serialize a list of undefined and null in JavaScript, you would get a list of null and null? What the hell? What the hell would that be? Let's just try to use a console here. JSON.stringify. And we're just gonna have a list of null and undefined. Okay? See? It just returns null and null. For JSON, they are both the same value. What if I'm gonna do JSON parse and it will be a string where first one is null, but second one is none, without those things. Error. We can't even do that. So how did they do that? And oh, they probably used, I see. They probably used the whole C board just to not use the JavaScript. Oh no. So let's just take a peek at the JavaScript SDK, okay? I'm just gonna open a new tab. Here we have JavaScript, and now we just need to do. No, I mean that's the word. The thing is that there's no link to the actual SDK anywhere to the GitHub, which is kind of super weird. So we need to straight up search for SurrealDB JS, and there we go. That's the official one. So in here, if we're gonna open it up as in browser VS Code, we got this, that, and that, and I will be able to probably search through because we have got CBOR constants. Ah, look at that. They just straight up implemented the whole CBOR. Partial. I mean, it doesn't look like too much code, right? It just doesn't look like something fun to write. A good writer. Oof. Okay. Data types are defined here. Okay, date time, yeah. It's gonna have a bunch of stuff, just specific geometry. new IDs, all that stuff. Oh, that's not something I enjoy writing, but oh well, needs to be done. Engines, utilities, errors. How about the actual things? We have Surreal. We have use defined here. We have connect. Close, clean. What we can do folding here, right? Class Surreal, and everything's in here. So we've got the constructor, connect, close, clean, status, get status. Oh, connection status, ping, use. Switch to a specific namespace and database. And it just takes an object. Wait, what? It structures those two as either string, null, or undefined. Oh, they work around it with using an object, and an object will allow you to either specify that you have this or that. But how is it turned? Because suddenly, where this RPC, send to RPC, it'll be the use method and namespace and database. Okay. So that makes sense. But now, can we get here? RPC. The params, unknown, whatever it is. Okay. Connection, RPC, type of method. Okay. And params, result. Method extends string, params extends unknown or undefined, and result will be something. So this is just the abstract, and now we had it somewhere in WebSocket. Because we got the connect, there was no RPC. There we go. This implements this particle thing. It's not realistic for the message to ever arrive before. Okay. Subscribe before we send a message. This is basically subscribing for the message, so that's fine. Encode CBOR. And we just did this and a request. And a request is. Wait. RPC request, method, and params. This whole encode CBOR will straight up just take care of that, right? Because in JavaScript, wait, let's get to normal tab. So in JavaScript, if I'm gonna just return null, comma, unknown. Wait, undefined. What the hell am I talking about? It's the JavaScript will actually hold as a null and undefined. So that's the thing. That's the power that we don't have in NIM right now, because we either have nil or we have some kind of value. So we would need to have a special type none that we can pass around, and in that case we would need to encode that manually. And this is so weird. How the heck are you supposed to send that in as a JSON? So let's try that. Let's just try to send none and none, okay? Because it shouldn't change anything, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna test it. Let's go to our code. And in our use query, we're gonna copy this and make a variant of it, okay? The variant won't have the namespace nor string. So this use should not change either the namespace nor the database. Neither the either or yeah, either or. Yeah, and therefore, instead of sending something like that, we're just gonna straight up send and pretend that our JSON is none. Okay? Even though it's invalid JSON. But it seems like a database is expecting that? What the heck? Yeah, let's see what happens. So we're just gonna do a very simple thing. You go away. Come on. A million notifications. There we go. So if that's the case, I should be able to do something fun. Because first we connect, right? So where do we say connected? We don't say it anywhere here. So let's just do echo connecting to SurrealDB, okay? Then we switch to namespace and whatnot. And then we sign in, okay? So what if before we send our request, we're just gonna do await surreal use. And this should just not change anything. It should just execute, be fine, and whatnot. So let's just do echo sending use/use query and go namespace and the are well shouldn't shouldn't have changed by now. Okay, I don't think we have a way of checking which we are in right now, like easily. So let's just try that. Let's see what happens if we're gonna send that. Connecting, and that takes super long time. Sending useless use query. Connected, starting a listen loop. Response for query 1. So that was our use. Then we've got this, which was the switch signed in, which was wait. First query was use. Okay. Bam. Second query was sign in. Third one was our useless use, and that worked. As in it went through. But now we're not getting any results for our queries. What? And then we send like 20 of them already? Shouldn't we get like errors or something? Not sure what happened here. And we're gonna check that in a second. I'm just gonna take a short bathroom break. So be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Hmm. So I wonder what happened with this sending a useless use query. Because we got a response, right? Where is it? Sending useless use query. It shows as we got a response, but we never get to this point. Huh. How is that? Did we mix something up with something? Because for sure, we just connect, and this is 1, 2, and this is 3. It shows as if we got a response for query 3. But why doesn't it proceed? Our use query is here. And we should straight up discard any responses. But what is our loop doing? We have our start listen loop, right? Well, it's connected, receive packet, and whatnot. So we got response for query. Okay. We got to that point. And then we're looking for that thing in there. And future is DB query. We extract the future. We delete it from that thing and we complete it by sending it a JSON object. I mean, we got the JSON object, so what is the problem here? Let's just echo complete the future for query ID this. And we'll just have that. We'll see if it actually goes from here to here. And let's just fix that here so that I can breathe. Okay. Completed. Completed. And it didn't complete. What? So we got a separate ID, but it looks like what the heck just happened? So DB query futures, query ID. Well, let's do echo located future. Okay. And then remove future and complete it. But what if else if it has no key? No future found for query ID this. And let's just see what if maybe one of those is happening for some reason. No future found from query ID 3. What? So that's the problem. We're just waiting for it forever. But why didn't it found future for it? Use query. We just send a query, right? Query ID, use and whatnot. Just like this one. There's no difference. And the send query is the future, right? There's the new future. So let's do echo created a future for query ID this. Okay, we did all that. We send it. So let's do echo send query ID this, and then echo added future. So we added the future. And echo awaiting the future for query this thing. So let's see how is that going to play out now. Bunch of logging to figure out what's going on. 30 million users to connect for some reason. It's all running locally, so this is weird. So let's see. We create a feature for query number 1. We send it. We added it to the query. We added it to the dictionary, and we're awaiting it. Okay, we got the response. We located the feature, removed the feature, and we completed it all. Okay. Then we mark it out. Okay, we switched. Then we create another thing. Send, added, awaiting, response, located, removed, completed. Okay. And signed in. So sending the useless query. Create a feature. Huh? Create a feature for query ID 3. And we instantly get a response for query ID 3, and then no feature found. And after that, we send it and add it to the thing and await it. Oh. So basically, I see what happened. Huh. So we basically send the query, right? But I guess the SurrealDB got the query and immediately freaked out because it couldn't deserialize it. Therefore, it already sent a response back like, hey, there's a problem. So we got that response before we even mark it as we finish sending and then add it. Holy moly. So I see. So first of all, we just learned that SurrealDB, when we're using RPC with JSON, just freaks out if we give it the non-values. So possibly there's no way to use that feature, that specific variant, without using the CBOR thing. So we'll probably abort it for now, because I don't feel like implementing the whole serialization, deserialization step right now. And then we just need to fix the bug, because it might be in the future again, where we send some data and it's invalid JSON for some reason, and the database freaks out and gives us response before we even mark the messages sent, which is truly interesting. But at least it's easy to fix, I think. So in our where was it? In our core, when we have start listen loop, you can see that what we're doing is, whenever we need to send something, right? So where is it? Common. When we need to send a query, we create a feature and a query string, and then we basically wait until query string, until we send the stuff. And then we say, okay, we send it, and then only then we add the feature to the database, because my initial assumption was like, this is gonna go straight here before we even get a response from the server. But apparently not. somehow marking the whole thing as finished sending from WebSocket takes so much longer than receiving a new response message. So that's strange. That might be some weird quirk about how WebSockets are implemented here. So we would basically need to do this. Just added this feature for the query, okay? And only then we're sending it. This way, by the time we start sending the request to the database, we already have it marked that, okay, there's a feature they're waiting for. So it's just there. And if before this completes, we already handled the response, we already have a feature to complete, to mark as a completed and whatnot. So after all this passes, we'll just have the feature ready, but already completed. So nothing to wait for. The only thing is that if there was an error, we need to absolutely, fail the feature. Yeah, we just need to fail the feature. And we still need to return it. But if we failed it, what happens when we await it? It will be an error as a response or thrown. What the heck's gonna happen? I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't know, because we won't be really removing it from the list, right? Because if we're gonna fail it, we're gonna return that failure. But oh, this is an error sending it. So we shouldn't even consider that this is a future to wait for, because we will never ever get a response from it. Because it was never properly sent. So we can just straight up get rid of that feature. First, we're gonna mark it as failed in case something already read it, and then we can just remove it from the dictionary, right? So it'll be db query features delete, and we just delete that query. Okay, so yeah, that might just work. Let's just make sure to remove the feature from the table, as it's not possible to get a response for a query that wasn't sent. Okay, and that's that. And therefore, if that's the case, we don't await that feature or anything. I mean, we could, right? And that's gonna throw an error anyway. So let's just keep it that way. Let's see what happens. Okay, this should fix our problem. Let's just make sure it still works the way it was supposed to. It will just take 30 years to connect to the database. Maybe I need to restart it or something. Maybe the new beta takes some time for something. Okay. So it looks like we went through everything because the program finished properly. So let's just see. So our first use worked. We created a feature, we added to the dictionary first, and then we send it. And got a response and completed the whole thing. So we switched to the thingy. Then we have the second query, all the way completed. So we're fully signed in. And then we have our useless query, okay? We send it, added the feature, we added the feature for the query before we send it, right? And then the moment we send it, we instantly get a response. So we can locate, remove, and complete the whole query, as there was something wrong. Only then we get a completion for the query ID here, awaiting the feature for the thing. It was already finished, so we just, we're done awaiting. Okay, a nice space shouldn't have changed by now. Therefore, we can normally run all the other queries. There we go. Yep. Okay, that's great. I'm gonna actually comment all those out because they might be just handy for who knows what at some point, right? I'm just gonna leave that echoes or sending something because it has never happened before. Other than that, it all looks good here. So inside our core name, we also don't need those anymore, but I'm gonna clear those up. I'm just gonna mark that there's no feature found for the query ID because that shouldn't really happen either. And I'll gonna leave that, like, oh, got response for this and that. This way we see some kind of numbering. And yeah, okay, sure. Let's rerun it and it should look a bit more normal. Come on. Okay, that looks normal. Great. All right. In the meantime, I'm just gonna go quickly restart that server because it's weird that it's taking so much time. Just gonna do it quickly off screen. Okay, here's the SurrealDB streaming. Let's just, I want to see logs. Nothing crazy here. I just know that those logs are still showing that weird OpenTelemetry metrics. And maybe that's the thing that's slowing it down. So let's stop it. It's stopping. And let's start it. And that should be good enough. Hopefully. Alrighty. So if that's the case, the pings, create a SurrealDB object, start loop. Okay. So, and if that's the case, I just need to, in a use query, I just need to add a note. You know, all possible use cases. Okay, and I'm just gonna add to do when implementing the CBOR serializer, make sure to support the non value. This is not supported by the JSON serializer as passing none fails. Okay. I'll serializer as it doesn't have a way to represent non values. Only null is supported. Okay. I'm just gonna add that note because it took us a while to figure that out. So for now, possibly we don't even need to specify the non-value. No, we will need to specify the non-value at some point. Okay. All right. Yeah. Possibly. Okay. So in that case, we're not doing anything like that. So in theory, these could be set as null. So let me just add checkboxes. Checkbox to what is supported already. So non, we just need to make big X. Like this is not supported. Not supported in JSON. Test and non again. I mean, change namespace to test. We could do that. So let's do it as this will be use namespace string. Okay, because that makes sense. We just change the namespace. Then we have non and test. Change the DB to test. So, so we would basically need to make use namespace, okay, and then use database if we want to specify them separately. And then so if we're gonna specify the namespace to this, it's gonna still have specified the other database there. So yeah. So if we're gonna switch that, we'll switch that without changing the other one. Okay, so that's possible, and this is already possible. This will be just use. Okay, and that's it. No, we'll only unset the database. So that will be basically use database. as null, right? That's what it would be. So we can support that. And this will be nil, sorry. Then we're gonna have null and none, which is you cannot unset only the database. What? I mean, you cannot unset only the namespace, right? That should be the text. What the heck? So we won't support that, or will we? Unset both this, change namespace. Okay, namespace and DB. So we would need to basically use namespace. Okay, and we will set it to nil. Also unset the database, right? Well, this will be not supported at all. And then the last one is change the test and unset the database. So our use should support where we specify namespace and database is nil. Okay. So that leaves us with few variants, which will be use, which will be namespace is string or nil. Okay, because we can set the namespace or we can unset the database. Oh, geez, this is getting confusing. We should have an option like this, just because it makes sense if somebody wants to just use the use. These are the two variants. Then we have use namespace, this or nil, because we might reset it, or use database like this. Okay, so we need those four variants. Okay. Yeah. Doable. But can I just do that? Or how was one supposed to use it in nim? How do I specify a nullable argument in nim? An equivalent of something like this in TypeScript. Okay, now let's just do this. Okay, and just instead of nil, we're gonna use null. All right, function use this and that. Let's just provide it with that because I'm not sure if we can just do the or nil, or do we need to use the option thing? I don't remember that. Hopefully my little nim expert will actually know something, if it responds ever. Okay, so it's recommended to use the option. And using a pointer type? Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's the only option. So I guess we'll just need to use import options and just shove those in. Yeah, too bad. Because if I'm gonna do this or nil, it's gonna complain that this is not a type. Yeah. So we need to do option of string. Wait, like this? Yeah. So import this and we're gonna add option or options. Options. Huh. So I'm gonna save this and now it doesn't complain. Now it just means that I'll have to do all this stuff, which is less fun, but we'll deal with it. Okay. It doesn't mean I need to specify those things when using it. Oh no, that means I need to specify with using it. Um, yeah, I don't like that. So let's try to simplify it. So we're gonna have this where we just have where we set both. Then we're gonna have the one where we just set the namespace. No, we just have this and we have just to do those. And that's it. I don't like that either because hmm, unless we're gonna go crazy. So it will be option string, right? That will be the thing here. This is the option string. This is option this and this. I mean, cannot have value, so this doesn't make any sense. And this will be an option of string again. And here, so that we can reset them, or we just add variables, use namespace, and we just provide only strings, so we can either do an option or not an option. And this will let us put something there, because nil can be assignable only to addresses. So yeah, kind of sucks that we don't have those optionals, but we'll live with that. So string, string. Okay, just those variants. Oof. Alrighty. So I already have the normal string, right? This just works here. There we go. It just works. We're good. So now it'll be nice to have a variant. And the other thing is that we use this query ID everywhere here. Why not just move it to send query instead of passing this as a parameter? Yeah, we're gonna do that as well. This way we won't need to include this private utils everywhere. So let's go to common. We're just gonna include utils. Okay. And therefore we'll be able to just place this part inside our query here. So we have future and we can just to say, hey, query ID is this. Done, give it me. Done, no need to give it here. Good. And then we can just use it over here. Cool. So that's for sending query. Therefore in core, here we don't need to have this part anywhere, absolutely anywhere. So they are minimal. And the same thing will go here. We don't need to specify those. And therefore we don't need to specify those. Bam. This is better. So in this query, I also don't need to specify those. Beautiful. The less code, the better. Maybe I'm gonna get myself some music. Alrighty. Okay, so we've got this one, and this right now it's a copy, but what we want to do is make it into option of string. Okay, so that we'll have some variants. And those variants will be basically depending if the database is set or not. So if database is some or is none, it's probably both. I'm gonna do with is some. Yeah, if it's some, otherwise it is. So is some. And yeah. So if it's some, we're just gonna do some query just like we did before, right? No big deal. Well, then we could actually just reuse this one. So let's do discard, await, and let's do use. And we're just gonna give it the namespace and the database dot get, I believe, right? Yeah, there we go. So that's it. Otherwise, we'll need to send a different query. This and null. And hopefully that's gonna work. I can only hope. Well, this is... Huh? Length string, what? Oh no, get is some kind of land. Let database. Let's do name. Okay. Save and still not working. That shouldn't make any difference. Oh, of course. db dot use. And now it's even more upset. What the heck's going on? Yeah, db use, because you can run it on the db itself, right? Namespace and database get, which is a string. It's supposed to be a string. Let's let database name string is this, right? So what the heck? What is the problem? There's no type or is ambiguous. I guess this is too confusing to this. Don't know. Maybe we're gonna get a better compilation error when we try to run it. Expression. This. Template yield future reference. Yield future base. Bases. Use this. No type or is ambiguous. Oh yeah, we're getting into the weird NIM territory. I guess we're just gonna abort this weird problem. Weird way of approaching it. And we're just gonna have proc use namespace, right? Let's just skip the options. I mean, how about we just leave it here, right? Like this was, but instead of trying to call the use itself, we're just gonna copy the code, right? Get. That works for some reason. Not sure why, but it works. It's gonna be probably problematic to call it, right? So now we have this. Let's see if we can still run the code. Or is it gonna be ambiguous in other spot? No, it's just connecting. Okay, so that works. And again, it takes 30 years to connect. What the heck? Okay, at least it ran. So we're just gonna keep it like that, just not reuse all the code. So those two are fine. Okay, now we just have to have use namespace of a string. Use DB SurrealDB namespace. Okay. And that looks good. Now we'll have the one with an option for a namespace. So with some do this because we are so if we're gonna set the namespace, we're gonna reset the we're gonna basically reset the thing, and if we're gonna set it to null, they're both getting none. Okay. And then we have the last one, which will be wait. Oh no. Use namespace. Use namespace. Okay. And we proc use database. Just oh no. We can't just set just the database. Oh no, because that means suddenly suddenly we can't do it. Oh, we can't do that. Huh. We can't do that because suddenly it means that you know, through JSON we don't have a way to not change the namespace itself. Huh. Okay, so we're just gonna have separate for set namespace, no set database. Kind of messy, but sure, let's just document it. Is the namespace and database specified with the given parameters? Sure. and database specified. Okay. If the database is not specified, it will be unset. Okay. And then we have specified parameter. This unsets the database. And this one will be if the namespace is, this sets the database. If the namespace is not specified, it will be unset. There we go. Okay. So let's just call it a day. I really don't like it, but oh well. And to do, make sure the namespace. Okay. And this will be the same thing here. There we go. So this should be enough. We can get rid of this part. So this is the non and test. We can't do that. Not supported in JSON. Test. Yep, that's good. Non and null. No. We can't. No, we'll throw. Okay. Not even supported in JSON. Then we have use namespace. This will also unset the database. Yep. Okay. So we basically have those four. I'm gonna leave that here because it kind of makes sense to have as documentation. Okay. In that case, let's push the code so that we can put it behind us. So this is a lot of changes. So I'm just gonna do a few of those first, just to have a situation where fix because we fixed few issues. So first of all, fix the response before send finish. Fix issue with getting a response before sending has finished. Okay, so that was one thing. So did it touch core? Kind of did, but it didn't touch anything common. No, it did. It just didn't touch anything here, and didn't touch anything here. Hasn't touched. It'll be kind of mixed, few things at the same time. Also move query ID gen to send query. Okay. And this way I can just send the whole thing. And I could probably just get rid of this whole test for the thing because it doesn't exist anymore. There we go. So let's just make sure that it just runs before we push the code. Okay, that looks good. All right. And then we'll be basically complete use for JSON. There we go. That took some time, didn't it? But that means we can check off the use method. Okay. So support for RPC JSON methods. And then in the future, support the RPC CWAR methods or like variants. Or maybe switch to support to increase performance and support none values. There we go. Update, use, whatever, update progress. There we go, push. So now the next thing is the info method. So let's read about that. Okay, so info. This method returns a record of an authenticated record user. Ooh, the whole authenticated record user. So for now, we'll just return the JSON node, right? That's all that we'll be able to return. And for use, we didn't have anything because we're just returning null. Or are we? Yeah, we just return null, right? Let me just double check that we actually return proper values. The use query. Yeah, we just don't return anything, which will be the what do you call it? Which would be the future of void. Can we define a type? I wonder. Is it possible to define type none as distinct void? Compiler doesn't complain. Huh. And let's define a type null as distinct void. How the hell would I compare them then? I guess it's possible in some way. But if I'm able to do that, that would be awesome because that means it's neither 0 nor 1. It's just no type, but it's like a symbol in JavaScript, right? Let's just see if it runs. It does. Okay. That's one way to do it. Cool. I am very happy with that. Oh dear. That means that in theory, oh dear, would it be possible? Would it be possible to create something like a method proc use with null? Okay. So DB is SurrealDB, whatever, we can just complete it, but the database will be string or null. And then if no, how case of string of null. And declare identifier null. Private common and core. I have core. Oh, I need to export it. Please tell me this is gonna work. This might actually work. Um, if that's the case, it would be awesome because I could just simplify so much, the usage of the code. Because that means, yeah, I would be able to basically avoid the whole option by defining my own null and none, especially that those values are actually required, supported by SurrealDB. So that's funny. So let's try that. Let's try to do. We'll just use this, and then we're gonna await another thing. So let's just do. We signed in. Let's do await or like echo discarding the database. Okay, so it'll be await surreal use with null. We'll have test, and we're just gonna do null. Uh, okay, and then it will be echo. Oh, let's just try that, and therefore all these should fail. It's just type mismatch. Type description null. I'm importing core. Um, with null, either string or null. This might not work. Maybe I can define it as type description as null. Oh, so I define it as a type description. Type off? Was that the word? Oh no. Still not happy. Okay, we might not make it after all. So even though we define type null as distinct void, there's no way to give it the value of void, right? Um Object constructor needs an object type. A void dot null? Nope. No. Void? Oh dear. Yeah, there's no way to instantiate void, I guess. That's the thing. So you can oh dear. Okay. I tried. I tried. That's how you learn a language, right? You try to bend the rules. In the meantime, maybe I'm gonna ask on Discord. How would I represent something like that? Uh, I'm gonna ask later. Let's just continue the stream. For now, we're just gonna get rid of those and delete our pipe dream of having something like this working. We're probably just gonna need to define something weird at some point. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. We could probably do it with a macro. A macro that just generates some, maybe a Boolean value, which is distinct Boolean, and we just have few macros that just pretend to be something like null or pretend to be something like none, even though behind the scenes it's some kind of value. Yeah. So a template would basically replace something, right? So maybe in common, we're gonna define a type which will be non-type. Okay, which will be distinct boolean. Okay. Sure. And then we're gonna have null type. There we go. Just as that. And then we could specify some shenanigans around it, okay? Because normally the way we would use it would be where inside our use query would have the proc. Can I just undo stuff in this thing? Yeah. It'll be null type. Okay, this or null type. If it's null type, we're just gonna do that. We don't even check the value. But if we want to provide the value, like in here, let's just, we're doing test and we'll be basically doing like true dot null type. Oh no, what now? How the hell did that work? Null type. I have it extracted. I'm using core. And that's, oh wait, that's in common, private common. That cannot be in private. That needs to be in core then, because this is not that. So set core, we'll define those two, and that should make it work. Was that my mistake last time with the void? But I don't think so. Let me just double check. No, null distinct void. No, because null was just type. Okay. Yeah. This makes sense. This makes sense, and this just needs to import core, which it does. And what now? Type description for null type, but expected null type distinct bool. Huh? Okay, this is confusing. If it's a string, just use it as a string, What the heck's going on? Bunch of other problems. Because this should work now, right? We just create null type of this. I should be able to do true dot null type. Just to convert it, right? So that part works now. And it seems to be fine with calling the use with null. The only thing is this suddenly thinks that, oh, got type description for string, but expected null type distinct bool. How did it expect it? Is this or that? Let me just check back of this conversation here, because we had something that worked at some point, right? If it was this or that type. Um, just go to enum, case query, of string and of JSON node. Unexpected, null type, distinct. What the heck? Um, okay. Why do I recall that this was possible with those ors? I'm going to do string or int, right? Now it's fine. What's wrong with null type? I'm gonna make it bool. That's fine. Is it really that I can't use my own types here? That kind of doesn't make any sense. No sense at all. Okay, I'm confused. Something tells me there's just some little thing somewhere, some weird edge case that makes it not work the way I want it right now. And I have no idea what that is. So that is rather unfortunate, but I presume one could go around it. What if I'm gonna define it as use? Okay, just normal use, just with possibility of like this is the null type. Okay, and in that case, I'm just calling this, and yeah, and return just like normal. I guess the return here is not needed, but sure. That should allow me to just call it like this, right? Because this should be matched. And that will prevent all the other ones from working. Right? Receive 20 responses, and then after that, what? Serial name. Wait for this and that. Key not found. That's different. Yet all those responses were received. Oh, I see. So we got 20 responses. But are we verifying them? They're all okay. We didn't get to that point. We tried to get those results, but results didn't weren't erased, and that's why this failed. Okay. So that's what it is. We just got 20 responses that were like, oh sorry, this thing didn't work. So echo first response, and we're just gonna do result. Okay. So we're gonna see what each message sent, which will be probably just a bunch of string, like a string, like, oh sorry, this you can't do this if the database isn't set. That's what I'm expecting at least. Come on, what's up with this connection being so slow? Okay, so we got instantly all the responses. What the heck? And got 20 responses. Oh, not even got a single thing back. Responses, there was no result at all? What? There was no key. Result. Oh, so maybe it does return ID but not result. So let's figure that out. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Because we're getting responses. Oh yeah, because we still have the old way of sending the response. So I want to see what is this whole weird response. Um, just straight up breaks. What the heck? Now I can't even connect. Okay, now it works. So get the results, and first response is error. And then we got a message, and then EID. Okay, so that's I need to copy that because this is how we're gonna get the error responses. Where we, besides just the ID for which request it is, we get error and we get message. And error also has a code. Oh, error has a code and message. And that's what we're getting instead of the response. Okay. So yeah. So in that case, we're gonna go to core. We have the start listen loop. We received the response and whatnot, right? And we just pass it on. Therefore, I would basically need to handle it depending on what query I try to send. Or do I? Because I could detect that there's an error here already. So let me just add to do handle when responses error. This is the error format. Did it just copy it from? Oh, there we go. So yeah, the error that we got was there was a problem with the database, specified a database to use. So that means our code worked. We were able to pass a null value by specifying, where was it? True.nullType, right? But I would like to just be able to type in null instead of true.nullType, which absolutely doesn't make sense. So I believe in core, we should be able to, even before we start the listen loops and whatnot, template, null, okay? And we're just gonna return true null type. It's not happy about that. Implementation of null expected. Really? Uh, oh, like this. Yeah. So I should. Oh, and I need to export it, right? Where was the core? Let's export it. So I should be able to do now something like, where was it? Discarding. No. Just like that. Or not. Expression null type true of type null type has to be used or discarded. So we're just not replacing it in place. It's kind of like execute and get return. So I don't. Oh, right, because things are getting wrapped. Maybe AI will help me write a macro. I have the following type definition. Type null type is distinct bool. Please write me a macro that replaces null with true.null type. Usage example. Um, let's do nym. Let value is of type null type, right? Is no. Let's see if AI will figure it out. Because macros are not that easy, but maybe it has enough example and knowledge. Soon we'll probably need to start a new chat or something to have it to not have too much baggage. Although so far it didn't recommend anything bad, so that's good. I would really like this null thing to work. I would really like to. So yeah, we've got that macro null. His result is new call. Bind sim null type new literal true. Oh, and I can just and I also have all those so instantly to null. Null type. And my opinion would just return null at every time because here it checks if bool is null, if it's true or not. But let's try that. Let's see what the hell is going to happen. Does it work or not? Because here the template tries to execute it and therefore wraps it in parentheses in some way. Well, with macro, we can probably just change it because here it says that it's a new literal. So I guess that's just a literal. Yeah, we don't have any other literals, right? Yeah. So in core, we're gonna just add rid of this thing, macro. No, right? Bind this new literal true. Oh, okay. New literal of true and bind this whatever that is. No. There we go. And this, oh, because we need to get macros. Macros just hurt my brain. Doesn't mean that here this works now. Let's try it. Let's see if it compiles and actually runs. Yeah, it ran. It worked. That's awesome. And database will be no, right? Because we can do that. And this should it should work. And database, no. There we go. It printed out correctly. Okay. That's great. That means I can just straight up besides no, I can just add none. Right? Will be non-type. For none, I'm just gonna randomly set it to false, just so that it's as false. We'll have that differentiation somewhere there, right? And yeah, that's it. Non-type will always make it as none, and this will be always null, and that's it. Yeah, we just solved big issue. um the only issue is that we can't specify them here like directly. We need to make variants, But that means we could have a variant with this being a string and this being just straight up none. I mean, null type. And therefore, we just run this scenario. And that's it. Yeah. And we already have it here, so. Okay, I like that. So therefore, we can just make the same thing here where we just have null type. Okay. And so basically, this will be sets the namespace. So also unset the database. And we just run this thing. And we don't need to actually have any string checks. Return. I know that I don't need the return, but kind of feel like I have to just put it out there. Let me just remove it. And there we go. And there we go. And there we go. Better? Better. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So if I'm going to do run again, it should still be unhappy. At least about the result, right? Yep. But other than that, it works. So we can actually use none and null to some extent. I would just probably need to, well, okay. Sorry, just print a bunch of stuff. Just the first response. Yeah. Okay. Run. Good. Cool. Okay. Everything works. We're good. So I can just straight up specify added null and none types. Kind of. But we can use them. So in that case, yeah, great. So we need to move on to the next thing, which is the info. So we'll basically need to return the result as just node. Okay, no big deal. And that's it. And this will probably be some kind of none or null for in our case because there's no record user. So let's do it this way. So we have our use query. Now we can just create a new file, and this will be the info query. There we go. I'm gonna put use query on the side. This way we can just kind of look at things. So let's think. We have proc info, and we just give it that because there's nothing else here. We don't put in any information. So it will be return await db send query rpc method info and nothing here. We don't even need to put in empty array, right? Just empty string. I hope. So that means our send query should accept the variant without parameters specified. But for now, let's just do that. Params will just set it to nothing, and let's see what happens. So this should be where we just get a response. So let response is this and echo response and just return for now. Okay, we won't have anything happening here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna straight up ignore sending the bunch of those things. So we just signed in. So let's do await serial info. And this will be not happy because we don't have the SurrealDB defined here. So first of all, we need the info query. That will make it unhappy because we don't have the core. Bam. Okay. And now we don't have async. And send query is, I guess, in common? Where is it? Time to call and send query. Oh, it's probably in common. Yeah. Why not? Okay. Response this and that. First mismatch. Echo. I mean, response is JSON node. I should be able to. Oh, because of course, JSON. So sign in. And now we've got some key not found ID. So the response didn't have what? So we should have basically that the error happened somewhere. Okay, these are new errors. So let's see if our send query, because what happened here? We got the thing, we signed in, and we didn't even get response at all. Huh. So let's look at the send query. If something is happening here. We create this, we create the future. And before we even send it, we should already... Yeah, we should already include it or something. Oh, and we have this problem here that we specified params to be literally nothing. So we'll just put absolutely nothing. Yeah. So I guess we need to make it a little bit different. Because we added it and then we send and the whole thing was wrong. And oh yeah, so we basically send the whole thing. We send the query, but we should have the error sending query or something. Oh no, we send it as this here because that succeeded. We actually sent it. But then on the way back, we got a response or something without an actual ID because it couldn't parse the whole thing in the first place, the JSON, so it couldn't extract the ID either. Huh. So if we have, so basically the problem is not really here because we just need to make a variant that doesn't have the specific thing here. Okay. Yeah. Where were we doing that core? Here we have the loop. So the problem is here. We try to get ID, but there's no ID. So can I do first check if the ID field is present? So has key. So if it doesn't have a key, if it's not present, probably the request was malformed and the server couldn't extract the ID from it. And this is where I guess some timeouts should happen, but I will just do echo malform request received, and we're just gonna return the whole thing that we received. Okay? And well, we're gonna continue because there's nothing we can do about it, right? And yeah, this needs to be not. Hello, Pancake Dave. Pancake Dev 6. Sorry. How are you doing? Okay, let's see if that's gonna work. If we're gonna get any kind of response. Come on. Okay, so it was error opcode message. Okay, so we simply get an error that there was this thing, and we simply can't link it to the request that we sent, and that's it. So soon enough, we'll need to add some kind of timeout, default timeout for the futures. So let's just go to the whole, where do we have it? It should be here in core, right? SurrealDB, query futures. To do, add a timeout for each future in case the response is not received, can't be linked to the request. Okay. I guess I should just make it somewhere else. Where do I even put it? I'm just gonna put it here. Or like above it. There we go. So what's up, Pancake Dev? How are you doing? What you doing? All right. So at least we know that that's a problem. So we can kind of take care of that relatively easily. One of them would be if we pass a string that's absolutely empty, we can just do something about it, right? So let's do let params string is just params. Okay. This way we won't be passing it here. And what we can do here, if param string length is 0, then we just need to make it so that it's actually a kind of like empty string, right? So we need to make it var, and right now it should already fix our problem. Should. Because at least we won't have, you know, a wrong JSON or something. All right, you're working on a fork game. That's awesome. So what's the idea about the game? Because yeah, you can shoot forks at enemies, but what kind of genre will that be? Like hordes of enemies running at you, or what's the idea? Wait, we still got the parse error? Oh no, no, it's okay. We just got result null because it doesn't exist, the thing. So okay, that's great. That's super awesome. So now the only thing is to define an additional one for send query if we didn't specify params at all. Because I would like to not send this thing there. But there's just like so much here. Huh. It's gonna make a Half-Life, but with forks. Alright, I wish you good luck. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I can imagine the Half-Life guy, the Gordon Freeman. Gordon Freeman? I think that was his name, right? Instead of having a, instead of getting the crowbar, he just has a fork. He tries to remove some kind of, break something, and the fork just bends in all those sides. You could have fun upgrade system where you start with plastic fork and then you upgrade to, like cheap one or golden fork or some kind of other fork. And Patrick Dixheimer, hello. About your issue later with null type, I think that you can't case switch on types, not without some macros, but you can switch at compile time with when. Oh. Proc testing, t-string, or null type, okay. Value t. When t is string, do this, else do that. Oh, that's interesting. That's a good catch. I mean, good idea, because basically I don't see a situation. I mean, yeah, there could be a situation. Wait, that will be during runtime. Compile time, yeah. Compile time will be possible, but that will make it impossible for you to figure out which one you're using. Oh, so we have a... Yeah. Huh. So it will be basically equivalent to what we have now. Because if I'm gonna go to... Where I have use query. Right now we have variants, right? We have one overload like this and one overload where we have null type instead of string. So if we had it like null type, this suggests that this could check for something during runtime, but we can't do that. Therefore, we would need to, do it during compile time, which is equivalent to that. But maybe there are other ways to check type during runtime, because don't we have like whole runtime aspect of things that we can check for the type? That's the whole idea about a lot of stuff. Wait, not this. I want this. Let me check the AI again. Let's just start a new conversation. Come on. I'm expert. How can I check if a variable is of a specific type during runtime in NIM? Let whatever func. Patrick says, "Oh yes, during runtime, I think you can get the type name as string, and the case should work." For runtime name, you can use the of operator. This operator performs runtime type checking and works with objects like this. A of dog, of cat. Okay. So what if we're just gonna whatever proc print something, okay? And something is of type either string or null type or none type. Okay. I know that I could just do this and because they all have the proper thing, but if something of string null type, we'll just do echo null type and we're just gonna do this and non type. Let's see if we can do that. If that works, I mean, I didn't try hard, right? I kind of gave up early. So yeah, let's try that. Print something, and we do null. Print something null and print some what? Print something hello. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Print something. Tainted string. What? During the call routine, I have info query here. I mean, use query. Oh, I just need to extract it. Yeah. There we go. And this one is automatically made inline for some reason. And off takes object types. Ah. Ay. But let's try your method, Patrick. Let's see if we can just get type name as a string. So let's do, wait, because we've got this. However, it's important to know a few things. The of operator only works with object types inherited from root object. For more basic types, you can use type procedure to get the type name as a string. So dot type. Okay. All right. I can live with that. So let's do dot type. It is a string. What? Save. Wait. There we go. Still unhappy. Expected one off. JSON bool character C string. String, where X and Y are string. But what is on the left side? Type of. Oh. Type of string. Save. Still not. What the heck? So you can't compare type offs and whatnot? Oh, come on. I mean, the worst part would be to just straight up do this and this. And that works. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Yep. Kind of slow that we actually need to convert the string. But yeah, I can see it as a workaround. Why not? So let some type of something, bam, and we just put that all over here. Not sure what this will show up as, so I'm just gonna run it like this. Yeah, and Patrick says, yeah, for runtime, exactly, but it's not the most optimized method. I prefer the when or the proc overload. Oh yeah, definitely. This could be definitely done with proc overloads, but I can see situations where you could kind of have something where, you know, depending on what you computed from somewhere else, you might have either none, you might have some kind of value or something. Although, again, not sure if it will be used anywhere else than in something like this. We'll see when we go through other options. You know, if something matters in the first place, because most of the time, the only thing that would matter would be to actually just, you know, have the print, because I've got an idea. I've got a great idea. What if here in core, where we define those types, right? We're just gonna do something like gosh, there's so many ways to approach it. First of all, let's just check if it works, because now it should work, right? We run it, and we said non-type none, null, and hello. Okay, so that's great. But what if we would do something different? Because other option that we already have is that we have print something, right? So we could check if it's a string, but what if instead of that, we would just make it that value is just converted to a string, right? And basically, if value is null, if value is none, and else, like this, it should give us the same result. The only thing is, if we're gonna give a string null or string something, it's not gonna differentiate between those. So suddenly we kind of skipped around, you know, moved away from trying to get the type as a type definition and converting it into a string. I don't know, maybe it probably holds the string for it to it somewhere, you know, as a static string or something. It's probably optimized to some extent, but probably not the most. What if in core we would have something like and this wouldn't even be here, this would be in common, right? In common we could define also something like supported types, and this will be an enum where we just have none, null. Oh no, and this is gonna probably be mixed up by the macro. But we have some kind of value, so surreal none, surreal null, surreal string, or something like that, and so on. So therefore, we could specify some kind of operator, like I know, something, right? And rock this. I mean, this could be func, right? Where we take a of either of null type. So it'll be just like that. And return. Let's just say that we support types. Return surreal null, none, and string. And therefore, in our checks, I just need to export all those as well. And therefore, in our check and use query, we could probably let type of something is this. And now we have switch. Ugly as heck. But we've got a switch, and of course it doesn't work. Because wait, we have only on the left side, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would make more sense if we would just make it into something normal, like get type, right? And make it into something dog get type. And this will run because these are all supported, and it won't be upset because anytime during runtime, these are the only values we accept. Therefore, we'll just allow it to compile, and this will just run during runtime. So we could just do whatever we want. Yeah. Okay, there are ways around it. Okay. Thank you for helping out. That's moving it to some point. Okay, very happy about that part. But for now, this goes away. And inside common, I'm just gonna comment this out because I kind of like this idea. Because at some point, we'll need to have that anyway. And I believe instead of, we should be also able to make like a type which is surreal types, right? And that will be null type, all this or that, right? And we can just reuse it that, okay, anything goes here, right? And just have it one. Any surreal type goes here, accept it, and that's it. I'm liking that. Patrick says, nice, fun to see NIM programming. Yeah, it's a rare thing on YouTube. Not a lot of people want to watch it either. And I'm just waiting for the tooling to improve because that would just change everything. It will be so much easier to work with the language. But for some reason, always, restarting server failed, NIM language server failed. It worked more before the 1.0 than now. But now, unfortunate. Okay, so we got to that point. Did I change the... No, I didn't change any utilities. We were working on the info. So, where was it? Info query. So we're just sending a response, but what we want to do is not just send a response. Future JSON node. Okay, that's the whole idea here. Just send a future JSON node. Got the response, so we're gonna return response result. And that should work, because if there's an error, we're just gonna throw an error here, and I don't know if result will be null, will be still considered JSON node, but maybe. Let's try that. Patrick says, "Oh, it just gave up on tooling. I'll brute force my way into it." Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But I come from C#, and C# has just amazing tooling. If you have a squiggly line somewhere, you know that there's something wrong. If you don't have squiggly lines, that means it's gonna be fine. You can rely on that. You can, you press period, you get all the beautiful options. I haven't seen any other language that has such great tooling ever. Everything is half broken. But with Nim, it's just the opposite. It's just like, okay, I have syntax highlighting, and the fact that if I'll do Control S, it will try to compile it behind the scenes and show me errors, and that's it, which is kind of like no tooling. I know there's all the code because I remember Dot it worked for me at some point, but no matter how I reinstall things, it just don't work. Not even on Linux, Windows, nothing. And Patrick says Rust has amazing tooling too. Yeah, I did a little bit of Rust, but at that point, when you're working with Nim, mostly the lack of tooling is your enemy. In Rust, it's the language that's your enemy, the compiler itself. It just won't let you do anything. I know it's an awesome language, it's just not for me. Okay, so this doesn't work. Why? And the card identifier, print something, because I still have this here. Bye-bye. Land JSON node and has to be used or discarded. Here, right? So let info is this, and let's just echo it. Let's see what happens. Info null. Okay, so it was returned as a JSON node. Great. We don't have a way to log in as a record user yet, so we can't test that yet. But at least we have start for the info, and I guess I should just copy the nice description here. Returns the record of an authenticated record user. Right here. Okay. That's it for now. Because right now I'm just going to be happy with JSON nodes as return types everywhere until we get to the point where we can actually start figuring out how to do things. Because just notice that just dealing with that use, we already learned so much about how it works behind the scenes. Now it's sign up. This method allows you to sign up a user using the sign up query, define a record access method. So this is again record users. I think we're gonna skip that for now because that means we have the access control. Or maybe we should, because this would give us the possibility of creating a record user and testing that works, getting the actual thing. Oh, but that would be just so much work. We'll skip that. I just want the normal stuff to work. Sign in. This method allows you to sign in as root and namespace or DB user or with an access method against SurrealDB. So this is the big one. This is this is basically sign in not only for system users but also record users. So we need to specify, or optionally, namespace, database. Okay. And then here. So as a root user, as a scope user, oh, that's outdated wording. So as a record user will return your token. As a root user, it won't return your token. Huh. That's an interesting one. So in theory, we could have two variants or something of this whole thing, where if you specify the AC, it will specify that it returns the token. Well, if you haven't, it just won't. Okay. So let me just copy those. Okay. And Patrick says, yeah, I prefer NIM most of the time, and I like Rust a lot. Okay, then you would like SurrealDB. It's a database all written in Rust. I actually read through some of the code. It's not that difficult to follow, unless you go into the crazy stuff. Okay, so what I was doing? Okay, sign in, right? Sign in. So new file, sign in query, and oh gosh, this is so ugly. Let's just make a comment and maybe paste it as a markdown, right? That's better. Still kind of don't like it, but oh well. Better. Oh geez, ampersands and whatnot. Okay, at least we've got those. So we already have some of it here, right? Inside queries, we have sign in. Very simple DB user and password. Yeah, just as a root user. So I'm gonna cut it out of here and paste it straight in here. From info query, we're gonna get the most basic things. And let's figure it out. So we kind of have few variants. Sign in as user and pass. So this is the root user. Then if we have namespace defined, this will be the namespace user, right? I wonder if it actually tries to specify that. If I would specify a namespace and the username and password for a root user, would that block me? Because it would say, hey, sorry, there's no such namespace user. I really wonder. So let's just reuse our thing that we already have, but we're also gonna add ns, and this will be test. What we're gonna just straight up do that. Will it refuse to log me in? I hope while moving it, nothing. Oh, I need to sign in query. Closing this expected where? the hell's going on? Oh, because this is um I mean, this is supposed to be, what the hell do you call it? JSON, so this should be fine. This should be fine. Okay, now it's fine. Hello, Taras. Long time no see. How are you doing? What's up? Okay, so we're connecting, and then we've got switch to namespace test and this test. So, and we signed in. So I guess over specifying doesn't matter because it knows that the username belongs to something specific. So I guess it searches for user by username and checks the extra stuff just in case, right? An S. So let's also specify DB. Okay. And that should work as well, right? We shouldn't have any problems with that. That says work. I just fall asleep after workday, stressed out and depressed. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Is there a way I can help you out? Okay, so this worked, right? All right, and then it just freaks out because there's no result. Really, what are you trying to do here? Oh, the info key not found. Result. What? But why? It worked like 5 minutes ago. I just don't have energy afterwards. That kind of sucks. Well, maybe you'll find something. Now that you're out of energy, that means you don't have energy to search for anything else. Ay ay ay. I'll just keep an eye for something. So the problem still is with the info because info sometimes says like, you know what, there's no result. How is there no result? Echo response from info. Okay. I just want to see what is the response if there's just no response. I wonder if sign in returns some kind of error or whatever, some weird response, and we're not handling it. So response from error. There was a problem database. Not enough permissions. Oh, I see. So it didn't sign us in after all. That's what it is. Because if I'm gonna do sign in and just remove those two, and this will suggest a root user, that's gonna be different. Huh. No problem. Okay, so basically if we specify the namespace or the database, it's gonna straight up try to look for a user and not specific spot whatever. I see. And we send query and we return whatever JSON node we return here. Okay. So when we have sign in, we just ignore it, right? So let's sign in response. Okay. And let's just observe it. So Send inquiry, and I have those specified. So I guess we're gonna get some kind of response with some value in there. Send a response, error. So we got ID and only error. We didn't have results. So we need to start, I guess, handling those errors as soon as possible because they're just show left and right. So our futures should be either this or that. Interesting. Mithridates says that lift heavy stone makes sad head voice. Wait, what? That lift heavy stone makes sad head voice quiet meme really has some truth to it. You pull up bar or something close to the desk. It's always nice. Wait, you're trying to say that... Wait. Lift heavy stone, make sad head voice. I need to search for that. Lift heavy stone, make sad head voice. Quiet. What the heck? Okay. Yeah, just go to the gym and... Huh. Interesting. Yep, why not? At the end of the day, it turns it into endorphins, right? And you're not busy enough to think about it. But when you're exhausted, you don't want to go to the gym. That's the thing. Although, Tyrus, do you feel like physically exhausted or just mentally exhausted? Because I know that sometimes where, I'm after a stream, like today, where I'm thinking and thinking and thinking, high gear non-stop, something that's, totally unlike me. I often get, like, wow, I'm so tired. But at the same time, moving just feels good. So I don't know. Wonder what it is like. Now, what on earth was I doing? This. Okay. So we just need to start figuring out ahead of time how to take care of those things here, because it's not just future JSON node. We should probably have future of either positive result or bad results. So, one thing is to have result types. The other thing will be to throw errors. I don't like throwing errors. So maybe we'll just be returning features with some bad stuff in it. And that's it. That says, yeah, moving helps. I like idea of alcohol. No, that's a wrong idea. Better to go for a walk. Breathe in some fresh air. Helps, and it's always something fun to stumble upon something. And you said you're in California, so yeah, you should have places to walk, right? I'm like 5 minutes from a park here, so it's doable. Oh, and not 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Driving. Because US. Okay, so let me think. So if we go to the overall common, okay? We'll go to common. We can see that when we do send query, we're expecting to get a feature that, the response will be a JSON node. I would like to change it so that it's a result type that is either an error or a JSON node. because error, I mean, is either not doesn't even have to be JSON node. It's just code and message. That's all. While the proper response is the result type, which will be the JSON node. Okay, so let's just see if AI will guide me in a good direction. Is there something in the standard library like a result type that allows to specify the type for success or fail? There is something like that. I think it's result, but this should show me quickly an example. Searching through the stupid tabs to search through that, just not fun right now. Yeah, there is a result tab, so it's just results. Okay, I'm happier with that than with the weird result tab, than with the option type, because we have two types of no or whatever. So let's just do that. We'll do it the Rust way. So we'll just basically specify the returns result, either this or that, and then we just have either is okay or is error. We can also do matching with case res okay or error, and supports monadic operations like map, flat map, and map error. Okay, I'm not doing that. Don't think we have a need for that. I want to keep the code simple. So at this point, this whole future JSON node, we should just probably define some kind of common type. I'm gonna put in core, which will be something like, let's call it future response. Okay. Which is future of result of, and which one is which one? Which one is okay? Which one is error? Okay, TE. So it'll be JSON node if everything goes okay, or the surreal error. So let's create surreal error. It'll be object, no catchable error, no weird stuff like that. Just a simple object that has code and message. Okay? And therefore we either get this or that. And we need to import results. Maybe just result. Not either. Cannot open standard result or results. Yeah, I think I'm spelling correctly. So let's just look it up. At least we know roughly how we are supposed to use it. Tara says, I have watched some Rust on Linux kernel drama recently. It was so much fun. You watched it as in real life or something? Because, yeah, Rust on Linux kernel, it's, you know. Now I like C more than, and dislike Rust a bit more. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I know that Rust is good for, you know, safety. Is just, oh, videos about it. But I wonder if it's related to their whole Rust core team and the Rust Foundation. Rust Foundation is just horrible. Absolutely horrible. There was so much drama. Oof. Result. Macro system program result. form net. There must be something like that. I recall seeing it. String handling, time handling. This is just generic operating system. No. Math. No, 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 no. Where do we have option? Collections. The option. No, 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 no. Nope. Ooh. Rope could be interesting for speeding up things in the future. Set string tables. Really? There's no result type? There is, because I recall seeing that there was for error handling. There were two options somewhere. So let's just start. Yeah, here. Maybe here. Sorry it's so bright. That's how the website is. It's error handling. Oh, this doesn't cover error handling? Surprise. And Tara says, what's so funny about Rust? People who like Rust also dislike Java because of static public void main. But they got ahead and write result either aref inode. And this, which is, yeah, a very unreadable code indeed. Yeah. I personally actually don't like too concise syntax. I like a little bit longer names. I like code that you can just read and understand without thinking too much. Which is hard to do, actually. And we straight up don't have error handling here, huh? So let's just go to nim.nimlang.org. Documentation. And we should have just some, we have nim basics tutorial. Do we have error handling here? Naming, data structures, control flow, loops. Again, no error handling. Come on, error handling should be the first thing you learn about a language. Method that says they are there to both praise and bury Rust, as one commenter once said. Oh yeah. And Tara says it'll be fine if there will be a result or either, but both it looks like abuse. Interesting. Huh. And then you have this whole anyhow or something like that. I just don't remember. That was no anyhow was probably just for errors. I just recall the name. So wait, this is the introduction, first program. And what do we have here? Blah blah blah. Control flow. Continue. Statements, notations. Iterations, basic types, advanced types. Part 2. Come on, part 2, please. Object-oriented exceptions. Yeah, so we have exceptions. We have raise statement. And we have try statement, okay. Annotating procs of raise exception. Yeah, because we have this whole system for that. Why did I recall that there was an alternative to that? What the heck? Let me just quickly unassign ask ChatGPT instead, because this just seems to be confused. Is there some kind of result? I can just copy it from here, right? Here. Is there something in the NIM language standard library like result type? There we go. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say. Yes, it does. A result type. In its time library, similar to find in Rust. Oh, and it just shows you how to define it. Okay, so NIM does not have the built-in, but you can define your own. Huh. So I guess I would need to... It's so surprising it doesn't have that. I recall just thinking about the way to approach error handling at some point. I guess we're just gonna shove it into core and just go for it. A result type. Object. Wait. Wait, this is okay? This compiles? I mean, I don't know because this stops it. But this compiles. So we've got result of TNE object, right? And we use the case instead of kind, we have okay over bool, and if true, we specify okay. If false, we specify error. Okay. And then we would just basically need to specify a bunch of procedures on it. Okay and error, right? So okay will create results of that where is okay is true, and here will be is okay false. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. And then we have just result types, and we can just use that property is okay for that. Okay, that's it. So basically, surreal error will be this, and result will suddenly work. Okay, that didn't take a lot of work. I like that. I don't care about any monadic stuff or whatnot. This must be simple. So in that case, the query features will be basically table reference of future response. And sure, feature response, no response feature, whatever. So let me just make sure that we have stuff here the way it's supposed to be. So if we receive the packet, right, first check if it has an ID field on it, okay? If it doesn't, we'll just say there's malformed request received and just continue. Otherwise, if it has the ID, get the ID, and we say that we got a response, and then we get the future, okay? We delete the old one, we mark it as completed, and what is a JSON object here? Okay, we mark it as complete as the whole thing. But the thing is that we're not doing that anymore. We just need to handle here if it's actual result or if it's something else. And I need to continue reading the chat because we have also Tara says, are you planning to try Zig? I want to write SQL module in C, Zig, or Go. I am not planning to learn Zig. It's just too low level for me. Although now I am actually planning to learn straight up C++. And why? It's because I was doing some C++ stuff with Unreal Engine recently, and it's like, okay, it's not that bad. I might as well just, make a series on C++, like a modern C++ at least, and later learn like everything about it. Just go deep. And that could open up few doors, because that means that, okay, I could probably feel a little bit more comfortable with Unreal, which will be, every Monday I will be doing stuff in Unreal. And C++ meta classes. Not sure about that feature, but sounds fun. Meta classes. Is it? Let's search for that. New C++ meta classes. And have you decided on the book? I haven't decided on the book because if I'm doing stuff on the live stream, I would need to have some kind of content online that I can go through instead of me just reading the book that I can't show legally. Generative C++. Okay. That's 2017, so we can just ask AI. How do you create a new chat? Here, new chat. What are meta classes in C++? Press says, I recommend C++ official standard. Is that a book or is it some maybe website or something? The meta classes are not a feature in standard C++. The concept of meta classes exists in some other programming languages like Python, but C++ does not have built-in support for them. However, C++ does have some related concepts that allow for similar functionality. Template meta programming allows for code generation and manipulation at compile time. Curiously recurring template pattern. What the hell? A technique that can be used to implement some behaviors in meta classes and concepts introduced in 2020. These provide a way to specify constraints on template parameters. Oh, okay, that's it. Not a lot. So it doesn't know meta classes. All right. I'm gonna try this guy. Come on. This and that. Doesn't exist. Wasn't like released recently or something? Doesn't exist in the same way. Where metaclasses are classes of classes. However, in the context of C++, metaprogramming is often referred as template metaprogramming. So again, it just goes generic into metaprogramming. Interesting. You're just referring to reflection systems or something? I'm not sure. Maybe you can explain. It's compile time reflection. Okay, compile time. All right. That's interesting. I wonder how it compares to NIM. Okay, so what the hell was happening here? Okay, so we have the situation. Let me just add some reasonable comments because this is starting to get not fun. So start listen loop. Initializes a loop that listens for WebSocket responses or messages. It matches received messages with the futures with the features for send queries. And complete the features of responses. With response contents. Patrick says, I learned about SFINAE on C++, thinking that I was getting better at programming. What a waste. What a waste and mistake. SFINAE. Oh, that's a book on C++ thinking. Huh. Yeah, C++ can go both ways. I learned some C++ here and there, and I'm just, okay, I'm gonna be using C++ in Unreal Engine, but that's where you use it kind of with a whole reflection system. That's runtime and compile time at the same time. It's just nuts what they did there. And also, I will be probably using C++. I'm doing some little electronics projects here and there, some Arduino, some ESP32 or something like that. And why not? C++ is the best option for those still, because all the Python stuff is kind of janky. So it wouldn't hurt to know more about it. This song should not be in a streaming thing. It's crazy. Can't focus. Okay. So we start the listen loop, right? While the DB is connected, we basically receive a message from WebSocket. Ignore non-text messages. Okay. Then we basically parse the message as JSON. And then we basically, basically if no ID is present, the request was malformed and server we can't match it to a request future. To request future. Okay. Most likely. I'm just gonna have it right here. Okay, instead of being indented here, this way we can just move on this way. So then we basically extract the ID of the request and locate the future. Okay. And then we could kind of find a situation where we couldn't find a future, right? So if couldn't find a future, we can complete it. This should never happen. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's pointless. Complete it. Move on. Okay, that's all. So we're just gonna flip that one. Basically, if not ASCII, we're just gonna have the whole echo here, just to have all the possible things that go wrong ahead of time, and the happy path will be at the end without any additional indentations or whatever. We'll just kind of, chip away, take care of all the bad scenarios first. Okay, so we can get rid of that. And if that's the echo, we just do continue. All right. Therefore, all this code can just go here. Bam, already more readable. That says, I always loved reading C++ standard proposals. Oh, wow. That's interesting hobby. I guess I would enjoy some of this stuff. Like, when there's some interesting feature, just go in there and it's like, oh, that's interesting, or that's interesting. But I don't know. I guess I haven't put much time into that, huh? So now what? So we couldn't find the future. So we get the future, right? It has the key. So, get the future or whatever, like remove the future from the table. Consider it handled. Okay? Because if an error happens now, we already got a response for that future, so we don't really need to worry that, oh, we need to keep it in that table. Just remove it because we don't want it there. Okay. Great. So then we basically need to, if it's an error message, complete the message of error. Okay. So now we can say if it has key error, then we're just gonna, this is the extract the error, right? So it will have the code and all this stuff. But we can just do future complete and it'll be is error or something like that. Where was it? I'm still in core, huh? Oh, just error. And we need to extract those so that they're available everywhere. Same goes with this one. Okay, this is starting to take some kind of shape. This shouldn't be in core per se, I think, because this should happen automatically. Therefore, we could extract it to something private. But we'll do that later. Not here. Here. So what the hell was I doing? This, that, and we want to complete it as error. And it will be surreal error. Code is basically JSON object error code. Get integer while message will be message as get string. Okay. Ugly, but works. Hopefully it works. Okay. So we've got this thing. Yeah, this should be good enough. And that's the future. Type mismatch. Oh no. Future response, this and that. String expected one. Future void, or what? Future stream, future var. It says, okay, it was nice to see everyone. I'm gonna sleep. All right, have a great night then. And rest up, and hopefully you can regain the strength over the weekend. Go for a nice hike. Okay, the expression complete. future, and then we have surreal error, which is code and this, that, and that. So we specify both code and both message. So that should be fine. And we complete it. And why do we have an extra thingy? This is for this one. Oh, this one and that one. The proper type specified? No, this is not it. So let me just do it this way. Let surreal error will be this part, okay? Bam. This one's fine. And it says just surreal error, right? Just to make sure, I'm gonna save, and that's the type. Yeah. So that part is fine. Then let error result is just that, right? And that should be a type result. JSON knows surreal error, right? Ah, see? Expected error type. Okay, so let me just see, because something tells me in it error, I just need to specify both types. And now it works. Therefore, this whole thing would work if I would specify. Right? Now it works. Okay, so let's actually make it because we have this and that, so we can make proc surreal error, and we'll just have this. Okay, result of this. There we go. Is okay, false. Yeah, there we go. And I mean, we could just go straight up error. JSON node surreal error. Okay. Save, and that should be okay. Okay, so we can just specify here, instead of this whole craziness, you can just say, hey, it's a real error. This is the code. And this is the message. What the heck? Why do I have this? Now we're good. Okay, finally. Oof. Proc surreal response. Okay. And that'll be it. What is the problem now? Tap mismatch. So no, sorry, error, and the OK just provides the OK value. How is there? Come on, don't disappear on me. Expression. Okay. Result. Result, this and that. It'll form AST. What? Looks good. Serial response. Export it. Yep. New thing, which will be okay. Same stuff here. And just give it the result. I'm not sure. For definition of result. Oh. Value. There we go. Save. There we go. Now it's good. Okay. So if it's an error message, complete the future with the error. Okay. And just like that. Else. We'll just give the JSON object result. Yeah. And this way we won't have an IDs anywhere. And that's it. Supposes error. Yep, we just handled it. All right. I see. Okay. Complete with the serial error. And we just give those two. Okay, I can live with that. That looks half decent. We might get somewhere after all. So if that's the case, let's just keep going through the code and keep updating everywhere that we need to use the future response rather than anything else. Okay. Okay. Let's also make it surreal response or like surreal result. Okay. And that's just gonna be this. So that we can start reusing that everywhere. Because again, it's something that keeps repeating. And it would be nice to just do a little bit less of repeating. Like we have this thing here. We can just this. Bam. There we go. And therefore later, somewhere here, I mean, we don't need to use that anymore. Okay, so that's good. So SurrealDB connection. Create that, create all this stuff. New WebSocket and new table. Instead of future JSON now, it will be future response. Okay. Fine. Let's just add otherwise the future with the response content. There we go. This is going to simplify something because none of those other queries will need to reach out into places. Okay, so that's the core. So let's go to common and let's see what we have here. A bunch of those things or whatnot. RPC response, we're not using this nor that, okay? We're just not using those. So let's just get rid of them. Send query. And here it says that when we send query, we're gonna get this. No, this will be future response instead, okay? So when we send query, generate a new ID for the request. This is used to match the response to match the response with the request. Okay. Then we have this whole thing where avoid JSON errors if provided empty string. Okay. Then we basically create new future for the request. Response, so new future of surreal result. Okay. Send query. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. For future, so what do we have here? Query string. Create new future and oh crap, the request string. So we could actually plop it right there because the future we can just create afterwards. Okay. So then create a feature and then we'll basically attempt to send a request. So this might change a little bit now that we are actually having some resemblance of error handling. So try DB query features is the future. This is just save that thing, so we don't need it here. Create and register a new future for the request. So attempt to send it, okay? So we just wait until we send the whole thing. And if it sends, we can just await it, right? So we'll just do this. Okay? So that's fine. And we can get rid of the whole finally or whatnot. So otherwise, if there was an error actually sending it, because we shouldn't get an error from the feature itself anymore, because when something basic goes wrong, we simply, what would you call it? We simply return the error response, which is not an error, not an exception. So that's good. But if we have a catchable error, we have an error sending query and whatnot, we want to fail the feature because this is an actual failure. So that would raise an exception. DB query feature delete and make sure to remove the feature from the table. And let's just remove it first, then we're gonna fail it. So that's that. ASAP. This way it's not gonna stay there. And we fail it and return await future. There we go. So we attempt to send a request and return the result. If there was an error when sending the request, fail the feature. There's a chance that the feature itself failed when being awaited, but it's very unlikely. Okay, so the thing is that here when we're awaiting it, maybe somewhere there was some error. I know, some WebSocket or something we haven't handled. So we need to take care of that possibility. Okay, and because of that, we can't just fail the future and await it. Okay, we need to check if it already failed. And how do we do that? So let's do actually something like this. There was an error, right? Check if the future failed already. So if it's not failed, we'll just do the same thing that we were doing here, right? Otherwise, return. Future dot the heck? How the hell do you do that? How do you pass just the future that's wrong? Let's just do echo. Failed to await future for query something, right? And we'll await it again, whatever. I'm not sure. This is pure confusion. Let's just note that down. This is pure confusion. There we go. Okay. We're moving forward. This is not happy about this. Why? Expect a return type of future. Got future response. How is it expecting future while got future response? I'm saying it's supposed to be future response. So what the heck? Okay, I guess whenever it's being used, that's where it comes from, right? Oh, because it's a macro. Yeah, that's why. We'll see how it goes when we correct the other stuff. I mean, that's the only one so far that we had it defined like that, right? We'll see if going through other ones we'll have some more problems. So utils, we don't care. So let's go over use query. We're not returning anything, but we should, I think. We should return a proper response because we just might have an error, right? Or something. So for now, we're returning a JSON node. In the future, we'll be able to refactor it to not return JSON node, but just something else. The use query, whatever, this thing will define the type and pass it to send query, and send query awaits it in the first place, so it should be fine. Okay. And the send query will be actually now that this thing itself will be responsible for unpacking it at that point. Okay, I see. So for now we're just gonna make it future response. Okay, I'm gonna save it, and it's already gonna complain. Future response cannot be assigned to. Oh, we're just gonna do it like this, and already complains. Expected a future, so I need to do future of surreal result. Okay, and that's gonna comment down. So in here, I need to do the same. Future of surreal result. And now it's happy. Okay. All right. Great. So I can move on here. And we'll basically need to say that each one of those will return something. Because it has a chance of returning an error, right? So instead of discarding, we just return it, right? Await, send query, and that's it. That should be literally it. It's gonna return something and that's it. Okay, that was less work than expected. And what else do we don't need here? We don't need options, right? And we don't need JSON because we're not defining it directly. Huh. Cool. In common, we use everything. In core, we use everything. Okay. Queries themselves. Oh, the select. Ay, 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 ay. Let's just have it that way. For now, it's gonna break, but oh well. So let me just copy this thing so that goes faster. Info query. Feature of this response is spam. And we just return this instead. Because we don't need to extract the result anymore. Okay. Beautiful. How about sign inquiry? Just return away this thing. And that's it. Okay, cool. And it's Surreal itself. We don't need tables here. Possibly. And here we don't need queries. Yeah, because we're not using the other stuff temporarily. So we're on this, use info. And that's it for now, and sign in. Let's see what happens if we're gonna run it. Probably error somewhere. Expression read blah blah is of type lend surreal result and has to be used or discarded. Oh yeah. So that will be where exactly? Here. So discard, right? The only option will be to handle the error, but right now I'm just whatever. Ooh, oh, errors, laws of errors. Okay, so what do we have here? Executing tasks, connecting SurrealDB, and bam, we already have error. We broke everything. Use SurrealDB connection. Which direction do I read it? What was error? We couldn't create a connection, right? No such host is known. Okay, that's a new one. Rerun it, please. Now it works. Go figure. This is strange. Sometimes it just breaks. Connecting to SurrealDB. Connected, starting listening, and everything works flawlessly, right? Sign in response, we have error, there was a problem with the database, and automatically info now handles 2, where it says, sorry, there was a problem with the database. Not enough permissions. Okay, and we don't need to do other stuff. We just get an error response. No actual errors thrown. Beautiful. So that means that we can probably finish our sign in query. So we learned that if we're going to specify NS as a namespace and provide user and password, that will not allow you to log in as a root user. So that suggests that theoretically you could have user with name John for a namespace, for a specific other name database, you know, the same name, just different passwords for various contexts. So this will be namespace user, and sign in this thing will be the database user, okay? And then on top of that, if we're gonna do this and AC, this will be a record user, okay? And and this doesn't allow for anything else. Yeah. So any variables used by the record's signup method. Ooh, we have this little extra thing here. So everything else specifies any variables used by the record signup method. But how are those provided? Just other things shoved in after that. I presume as JSON stuff. Okay, we can do that. Signup method. But that will be only for the record users. So it will be ... Okay. Okay. All right. So we have some variants to work on. So this is basically what's the description here? Sign in as a root user. Okay. That's it. And then we're gonna have namespace user. All right. Gonna delete this so that we can actually work properly. And we remove that part. And let's just do properly escape user and pass. Inputs. Okay. We're just gonna do it like that for now, because we will need to include all the escaping at some point. Sign in as a... And we're kind of escaping it because we're just doing that already. So we don't need to worry about that because we're just JSONifying them. Namespace, database, user, and pass. And then we'll have as a record user, rock, sign in, access control, user pass, and then we're gonna have also other params. And should it be string or JSON nodes? JSON node, okay. It's a long one. So let's just do this. We'll have DB here and user and password here, okay. How do we do it nicely? There's no way to do it nicely. Ugly. How do I do that nicely? I really don't know how to format it nicely. Like this. Let's try it out for now. We'll have DB, then we have namespace here and user and password here. And this one will have DB and namespace and database here and all this stuff here. The last one, then we've got the user and password and any other parameters. So, and other params. What? What is it trying to do? I mean, that's just JSON, right? Can I just programmatically add them? Um, let's just do this params for param and other params. Params dot add. No idea. Um, because that kind of turns into JSON, right? Uh, but we need to do it actually like this. Var params is maybe that works. I have no clue. And now we can basically sign him, right? Just like normal. Okay. All right. It will need to be tested. For now, I should be able to just log in as a normal user. So I'm just going to run it and let's see if it compiles and everything. Connecting. Take 30 years, but we should have some kind of success. Okay, while it's connecting, I'm just going to go and grab some water. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we connected. All right, we got responses, everything signed in. Response is true. Okay. And oh, look at that. So huh. So we got the string, the token, even though the documentation doesn't specify it here. So we always get a token. So okay, good to know. So let's just add to do response always returns a token, even for system users. Okay. So in theory, we could actually complete this one straight away. It's just instead of returning serial results, gosh, I should probably already do that. Okay, let's touch everything once more. So serial error, and then we have serial result, which shows something like this. But I would like to make it where we have the type T, like this. Okay? Something like that. Or do we? Uh, yeah, let's do that. We have T. Okay. That's fine. And future response will be of JSON node. Okay. This is basically how we're storing everything. Why is it an unhappy? Um, Ah, like that. Okay. Just different side. Okay, so this way, because surreal result, we just return it from few of the async stuff. Everything else uses feature response. So query features that just use feature response. Okay? Because that just has some kind of JSON node possibly return. And therefore, when you do surreal error, this is used purely inside this whole star listen loop, right? So we don't even need to export those. Just don't. And it'll be surreal result of JSON node. Okay, that's all it returns. Just like that. And then start listen loop. We'll just do a bunch of stuff here. Parse the message as JSON. All this fun stuff. As key and whatnot. And you either return it as this or as that. As the JSON object, right? Because, I mean, yeah, we just complete the feature. We don't even return anything. New SurrealDB connection, that's fine. New feature that needs to be created is feature response, exactly. So yeah, we don't do much here. All right, I like it. That was less work. Now common, we might start having fun here. Because features surreal results and the send query will basically turn a JSON node because it doesn't know what kind of response to expect. This is up to the actual other queries to figure out. Okay, so new feature, JSON node here. Okay, and that's it. We're done here. So now of the use query. Here, the type should be like nothing. Can I just do void? There's no value provided. The thing is that now I can't just return that send query. I need to rebuild it. That's where that core comes in. With surreal result or something, right? We have OK, surreal error, surreal response as a JSON node, or proc surreal response type T, value T. Okay. And that will be exported. There we go. And then the other thing would be to convert one into the other when it's like error. Can we do that? Because, you know, when we get a response, we need to some kind of translate it or whatever. You know, because we have a situation where for our send query returns us, you know, surreal result of JSON node. But we suddenly need to return surreal result of, for example, a string, okay? Or a list of strings. Because that's what the expected result is. For a situation like OK, we just need to return the same thing just as that. We just say, hey, here we should be able to send surreal response, and then we just need to figure that value out, okay? But if it's error, we need to we're not really digging into that error. We'll be rethrowing that error. We're not doing anything special about it. Therefore, we should be able to just simply do something like that, response as, as error of type string. Okay? Or just even give it the type itself. Okay? The whole type itself. Which would be this will be probably easier. I'm just thinking if I can just get results dot type of result or something to simplify it. But I'm not sure. Yeah. Proc as error. Type T and response. The input is basically surreal result of JSON node, right? Or whatever. T view. The input. The output. The input. And we need to have it as T output. The response is okay. Raise. Can I convert successful response to an error? Okay. Else. We don't need else anymore. We just do. We really rebuild the whole thing? That kind of doesn't make sense. Can we just do something like just grab this whole thing? T input. It's error, right? Oh. Kind of ugly as heck, but I guess doable. It would be fun if it was able to just figure it out, right? So let's do response, but response is this. Okay. If response is okay, just give it nothing. Else, do that. It's no type or ambiguous. Extra argument given. Really? I just skip it and it's fine. Is okay for type surreal result. Really? What am I doing here? So in core, when I define this thing, error result is okay just isn't exported. Okay needs to be exported, and error needs to be exported. There we go. Suddenly it's fine. All right. Okay. So let's just do that. I'm just gonna get all the returns and just plot it like this. Okay. And we just make the responses the shape they need to be in. Okay, good. This way, the responses that are void are void. Whatever is not void is just error. Okay, cool. All right, this makes sense. Yeah, these need to be escaped, but they don't have to be really escaped right now. Because we're just doing this, right? We were thinking that at some point we'll have those null values. Oh, because we have this thing here. And therefore it needs to be null because we don't have a way to represent it. Oh. I'm sure there's a way to represent it in that JSON package. It's just I'm not aware of it right now, so we'll just have to do this for now. Okay? So that's the use query. What about sign in query? So here, when you sign in, we always get the token, right? So we return a string. Okay. Future of string. So let response is this. And if it's okay, we'll just take that. And okay dot get string. Okay. Otherwise, just return it. And here as error, index backwards index. What the heck? How do I do it here? As error void. How did I find as error? The output cannot instantiate. What? Um, I'm missing something somewhere. The star is before this thing. The same thing here. We use both. Okay. And this thing, expression, what expected one of the first message plus the one. Proc OK T E value T. Result T E. Yeah. T and E. Just like this thing here. What the hell's going on here? I mean, that doesn't change anything, of course. Oh no. Add A on top. Oh, now it's fine. Mm-hmm. I guess this and that is too familiar, too similar. So we surreal response. JSON. Okay. We'll just have it like this. And this whole JSON one. Let's find all the instances in core. We can get rid of that part here. JSON. Okay. Because this is to complete the thing. And then we've got this is in sign inquiry, and everything else will be just normal. Okay, that's good. This part's good. Now we just need to get the. Oh no, the same error came back. Are you kidding me? This is so confusing here. Like, what is this error? Okay, so this is basically a news query. It's complaining here about the void result, right? So here, so yeah, that's the thing. We don't have a way of specifying nothing here. So let's just do none type. Okay. All right. And this will be the none. Now it's happy. This part at least. But as error, is less happy. And I'm just gonna shove all those in here. Save it. Okay. So let's see if this is any better. So real response is fine now. What the hell is that crazy music? Delete. Okay. So so now as error. It just complained about that output. Cannot instantiate T output. Oh, and it's use query nym. So Hmm. So we're specifying that we give it the response, right? So it's got the response as error. And it just says identifier expected, but found as error response. Can I just skip that part? Um, Even more confusing error about something being complete. What? Expect the one of the first mismatched position and wants to complete T future. What? Um, this is confusing. Because if it's not okay, new error. T output. There we go. Okay. I mean, that's the premise here. JSON node, comma, this. Okay, this is not fun. Else return error. JSON node, node type, response error. What? Oh, JSON. Save. Happy? Not happy, apparently. $26.98. Still the same problem. Response.err. It considers it to be a so even though this has a property error, it considers this to be this. I see. Let's make it into error. Full thing. Okay. Therefore, we have this thing. This is good. A little bit better. So now, still not. The output. This is so confusing. And still, here, there's a problem. It still wants to get something. Type mismatch. Expression this. Response error is serial error. Expected one of this. Where else do I use ERR? Yeah, nowhere else. Everywhere else is just used as a thing. Oh, wait. This should be like surreal error. Now it's fine. Did I mix it up somewhere here or something? The output or serial error. So that's fine. Does this matter? The input here does not matter. I mean, it needs to be something, right? The input, that's taken care of by one thing. So the output, it's being used here and here. So at least that's fine. We just have those two other weird things going on. We have num type, and we can provide it value, but here it's just, it doesn't like that. JSON node. I mean, comma, surreal error, right? Wait, JSON node type. Still not that. Okay, I guess I'll just do that for now, because this is kind of weird. And we'll make it, can I do void in this case? And nil won't fit void? Or can I just provide it value void? Nope. Oh, of course, void. And therefore provide it with nothing here. Oh, this might work. This might absolutely work. So just provide nothing and call it a day. All right, this looks better. And this suddenly doesn't complain. Oh, that's so funny. Go figure. For absolutely nothing, it just works. For everything else, it doesn't. Not sure. I'm sure it's possible to do. It's just, I don't know how. Okay, that works. So sign in query. Now it will be, yeah, not great. So here we want to return a string, and here we basically need to do return error. Bam. Just something like that. Maybe as a template, it could work a little bit better. For now, I'll just do it this way, and no big deal. So sign in will always have this kind of value. Okay, and basically, instead of return, we'll have, we'll save the response and return the appropriate thing. And that's it. All right, that looks good. We should get a proper token back. And then the last thing now, because what we had query select, which is kind of weird right now. JSON node. I don't know why it accepts putting in nothing. Huh. I guess it figures it out from here. Really? Interesting. I'll leave it the way it is. We'll see if it compiles. And info query. Here it can't figure it out, right? Oh, because this is where we're using it. That's what it is. So it's feature JSON node. And that means we need to have JSON. Or just JSON. Here, there we go. Something like this. So that we don't have to specify anything. Has no type or is ambiguous. Really? Did I delete it? Surreal. Oh, because I'm not exporting it. Now it should be fine. Surreal response JSON. What? Info query. Surreal response JSON. Has no type. Oh, because it's still just that. Okay. Oh well. I guess I'll need to get the JSON here. At least for now. Cool. Okay. And in here. So in here, basically, send and response should return a thing that has a string, right? Let's see if it even runs, because this is suspicious. Type mismatch. There we go. What file? Cornim. Oof. That's not good. Surreal response. Oh, what? Use query. 26. So it's basically the same thing as here. Right? Return. Error. Save. Will the error go away? Please? Oh, because this is now not for the error. This is for the true thing. So in use query, we can just undo all those because they're absolutely fine. So the problem is here that we're not giving it any value. And I will just let it void. It just freaks out. So let me just check if I can do the whole null value. This one's will be fine suddenly. return error. Bam, bam. Why suddenly non-value? Problem. Non-type. Okay. So if that's the case, I can just replace all the voids here with non-type and replace all those. This thing, so it'll be all manual. And just that, return of that. Save. And everything's nice and calm now. Well, I tried. Okay, I've got again the token here, which is good. Great. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. I think it'll be a good point to finish. Because things are actually kind of working. Sign in token. Dot. Okay. So we could do if sign in response is okay. We just do this. Else sign in error. And quit. Okay. Sign in. There we go. Token. Bam. Bam. Cool. All right. So this is confirmed that it actually works, which makes me very, very, very happy. Okay. Some of the stuff here. All right. Getting cleaner. So let's just go through the changes so that we can go through them. Okay, so we've got that part, that's fine. The core, we changed a lot here, expanded a lot. We have info query, of course, in common. Gosh, we made so many changes. But we have proper error handling, right? And a whole sign in that we haven't done either. Whew. So it'll be error handling, sign in, info. So types. A lot of stuff. Okay. So we're gonna push it. And it's out there. Alright. Available for everyone. Alrighty. So, hey. That's it for now. So if you enjoy the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, consider following on Twitch. And I'll be streaming on Monday. It'll be game development. We'll continue with the development of the long climb. With Unreal Engine. We're gonna see where we're gonna get that day. Alright? So, thank you again for watching, and see you around. Have a great weekend, everyone.